Man and His Becoming According to the Vedanta by René Guénon, 1925. Translated by Richard C. Nicholson. Narrated by an artificial intelligence based on the voice of Orson Welles. Produced by Parker Banks at pbanks.net and youtube.com/pbanks. On several occasions, we have expressed in previous writings the intention of undertaking a series of studies that would aim, according to the needs of the case, either at presenting a direct exposition of various aspects of the Eastern metaphysical doctrines, or at making such adaptations of them as might seem most intelligible and advantageous, while, however, always remaining strictly faithful to their spirit. The present work constitutes the first of these studies. For reasons which have already been explained elsewhere, we have taken the Hindu doctrines as our central authority, and more especially the teaching of the Vedanta, which is the most purely metaphysical branch of these doctrines. It should be clearly understood, however, that there is nothing in this procedure to prevent us, as occasion arises, from pointing out analogies and making comparisons with other theories, regardless of their origin. In particular, we shall refer to the teachings of other orthodox branches of the Hindu doctrine, insofar as they clarify or complete the teachings of the Vedanta on various points. To anyone inclined to raise objections to the adoption of such a method, we would reply that such criticism is all the less justifiable in that our intentions are in no wise those of a historian. We wish to reassert emphatically at this point that our purpose is not erudition but understanding, and that it is the truth of ideas which interests us exclusively. If therefore it has seemed desirable in the present instance to supply precise references, we have done so for reasons quite unconnected with the special preoccupations of Orientalists. We simply wish to show that we have invented nothing, and that the ideas expounded derive from a genuine traditional source. At the same time, for the sake of those who are able to profit thereby, we have furnished the means of referring to texts containing complementary information, for it goes without saying that we make no claim to put forward an absolutely complete exposition of the doctrine, even regarding a single point. As for an exposition of the entire doctrine, such a thing would be a sheer impossibility. Either it would involve an interminable labor, or it would require to be put in so synthetic a form as to be quite incomprehensible to Western readers. Moreover, in a work of that sort, it would be extremely difficult to avoid an appearance of systematization, which is incompatible with the most essential characteristics of the metaphysical doctrines. Doubtless, this would amount to no more than an appearance, but nonetheless it would inevitably be productive of extremely serious errors. All the more so since Western people, by reason of their mental habits, are only too prone to discover systems even where none exist. One must forever be on one's guard against affording the slightest pretext for unjustifiable assimilations of this kind. Better abstain altogether from expounding a doctrine than contribute toward denaturing it, even if merely through clumsiness. Fortunately, however, there is a way out of the difficulty. This consists in treating a particular point or one more or less definite aspect of the doctrine at a time, leaving oneself free to take up other points afterward, in order to make them in their turn the subject of other separate studies. Moreover, there will never be any danger of these studies becoming what the erudite and the specialists call monographs, because the fundamental principles will never be lost sight of, and the secondary points themselves can therefore only appear as direct or indirect applications of those principles, from which all else derives. In the metaphysical order, that is to say, in the realm of the universal, there can be no place at all for specialization. From the foregoing remarks, it should be clear why we have restricted the scope of the present study to the nature and constitution of the human being. To make our comments intelligible, we shall naturally be obliged to touch upon other subjects which at first sight may appear to be beside the point, but it will always be in relation to this one subject that we shall introduce them. The principles themselves are possessed of a range vastly exceeding the entire field of their possible applications, but it is nonetheless legitimate to expound them, wherever such a thing is possible, in relation to this or that particular application. And this is a procedure which in fact offers considerable advantages. Moreover, it is only insofar as any question, no matter what, is related to principles that it can be said to be treated metaphysically. It is this truth which must never be lost sight of, so long as it is intended to treat of genuine metaphysics and not of the pseudo-metaphysics of European philosophers. If we have embarked first upon the exposition of questions relative to the human being, it is not because these questions enjoy any exceptional importance in themselves from the purely metaphysical point of view. That point of view being essentially detached from every contingency, the case of man can never appear to it as a privileged one. We have begun with the discussion of these questions simply because they have already been raised during the course of our previous writings, and thus a complementary work such as the present one now seems called for. The order in which any subsequent studies may appear will depend similarly on circumstances and will largely be determined by considerations of expediency. We think it advisable to mention this at the outset, lest anyone should be tempted to see some sort of hierarchical order in our works, either as regards the importance of the questions treated, or as regards their interdependence one upon another. That would be to attribute to us an intention which we have never entertained, but we know only too well how easily such misunderstandings arise, and that is why we take steps to forestall them whenever it lies within our power to do so. There is a further point which is of too great importance to be passed over without comment in these preliminary observations, although we thought we had explained ourselves clearly enough on other occasions. But we have noticed that some people have failed to grasp our meaning, and it is therefore advisable to emphasize it still further. Genuine knowledge, which alone concerns us, has little, if anything at all, to do with profane knowledge. The studies which go to make up the latter cannot be looked upon even as an indirect path of approach to sacred science. On the contrary, at times they even constitute an obstacle, by reason of the often irremediable mental deformation which is the commonest consequence of a certain kind of education. For understanding doctrines such as those we are expounding here, a study undertaken merely from the outside is of no avail. As we have already remarked, it is not a question of history or philology or literature, and we will add, at the risk of repeating ourselves to a degree which some may consider fastidious, it is not a question of philosophy either. All these things indeed belong to that order of knowledge which we class as profane or external, not from contempt, but because it is in fact nothing else. One is not called upon to consider whom one may happen to please or displease. One simply has to describe things as they are, giving to each thing the name and rank which normally belong to it. The fact that in the modern West's acrid science has been odiously caricatured by more or less conscious impostors is not a reason for keeping silent about it, or for ignoring, if not actually repudiating it. On the contrary, we declare unhesitatingly not only that it exists, but also that it is our sole preoccupation. Anyone who cares to refer to what we have already said elsewhere about the extravagances of the occultists and theosophists will not fail to understand that we are alluding here to something of quite a different order, and that the attitude of people of that kind also can never be regarded by us as anything but profane. Moreover, they only make their case worse by pretending to a knowledge which is not theirs, and this is one of the principal reasons why we find it necessary to expose the absurdity of their pretended doctrines whenever the occasion presents itself. From the preceding remarks, it should also be clear that the doctrines we propose to discuss refuse to lend themselves, owing to their very nature, to any attempt at popularization. It would be foolish to try to bring within everybody's reach, to use a common phrase of our time, conceptions which can only come within the grasp of an elite, and to attempt to do so would be the surest way of distorting them. We have explained elsewhere what we mean by the intellectual elite, and what part it will be called upon to play if it ever comes to be formed in the West, while at the same time we have shown how a genuine and profound study of the Eastern doctrines is indispensable in preparing for its formation. It is in view of this work, the results of which no doubt will only make themselves felt after a long interval, that we believe it necessary to expound certain ideas for the benefit of those who are capable of assimilating them, without, however, modifying or simplifying them after the fashion of the popularizers, which would be in flat contradiction with our avowed intentions. Indeed, it is not for the doctrine to abase and reduce itself to the level of the limited understanding of the many. It is for those who are capable of it to raise themselves to the understanding of the doctrine in its integral purity. And it is only in this way that a genuine intellectual elite can be formed. Among several persons who receive an identical teaching, Each one understands and assimilates it more or less completely and profoundly according to the range of his own intellectual possibilities, and in this way selection, without which there could be no genuine hierarchy, comes about quite naturally. These questions have already been dealt with previously, but it was necessary to recall them before embarking upon a strictly doctrinal exposition. And the more unfamiliar they are to Western minds today, the more imperative it is to emphasize them. Chapter 1. General Remarks on the Vedanta. The Vedanta, contrary to an opinion widely held among Orientalists, is neither a philosophy nor a religion, nor does it partake to a greater or lesser extent of the character of either. To deliberately consider this doctrine under these aspects is one of the gravest of errors, calculated to result in failure to understand anything about it from the outset. In fact, one reveals oneself thereby as a complete stranger to the true character of Eastern thought, the modes of which are quite different from those of the West and cannot be included within the same categories. We have already explained in a previous work that religion, if one is not to extend the scope of this word beyond its just limits, is something wholly Western. The same term cannot be applied to Eastern doctrines without stretching its meaning to such a degree that it becomes quite impossible to give it any definition, even of the vaguest kind. As for philosophy, it also represents an exclusively Western point of view, one, moreover, much more external than the religious point of view, and therefore still further removed from that of the subject we are about to study. As we said above, it is an essentially profane kind of knowledge, even when it is not purely illusory, and we cannot help thinking, particularly when we consider what philosophy has become in modern times, that its absence from a civilization is hardly a matter for regret. In a recent book, a certain Orientalist has asserted that philosophy is philosophy everywhere, a statement which opens the door to undesirable assimilations of every kind, including those against which he himself quite justly protested on other occasions. That philosophy is to be found everywhere is just what we are at present contesting, and we decline to accept as universal thought, to adopt a phrase of the same author, what is in reality but an extremely special mode of thought. Another historian of the Eastern doctrines, while in principle admitting the inadequacy and inexactitude of those Western terms which have been persistently imposed upon them, nevertheless declared that he could see no way of dispensing with such terms, and he made as free a use of them as any of his predecessors. This appears all the more surprising inasmuch as for our part we have never experienced the slightest need to resort to this philosophical terminology, which would still suffer from the disadvantage of being somewhat repellent and needlessly complicated, even if it were not wrongly applied, as is always the case under such circumstances. But we do not wish to embark at present upon the kind of discussions to which these questions might give rise. We were merely concerned with showing by these examples how difficult it is for some people to step outside the classical framework within which their Western education has confined their thought from the outset. To return to the Vedanta, it must be regarded in reality as a purely metaphysical doctrine, opening up truly unlimited possibilities of conception, and as such, it can in no wise be contained within the more or less narrow framework of any system whatsoever. In this respect, and without looking any further, one can observe a profound and irreducible difference, a difference of principle, distinguishing it from anything that Europeans include under the name of philosophy. Indeed, the avowed aim of all philosophical conceptions, especially among the moderns, who carry to extremes the individualist tendency and the resultant quest for originality at any price, is precisely to establish systems that are complete and definite, or in other words, essentially relative and limited on all sides. Fundamentally, a system is nothing but a closed conception, the more or less narrow limits of which are naturally determined by the mental horizon of its author. But all systematization is absolutely impossible in pure metaphysics, where everything belonging to the individual order is truly non-existent, metaphysics being entirely detached from all relativities and contingencies, philosophical or otherwise. This is necessarily so because metaphysics is essentially knowledge of the universal, and such knowledge does not permit of being enclosed within any formula, however comprehensive. The diverse metaphysical and cosmological conceptions of India are not, strictly speaking, different doctrines, but only developments of a single doctrine according to different points of view and in various but by no means incompatible directions. Besides, the Sanskrit word darshana, which is attached to each of these conceptions, properly signifies view or point of view, for the verbal root drish whence it is derived has as its primary meaning that of seeing. It cannot in any way denote system, and if Orientalists translate it thus, that is merely the result of Western habits of thought, which lead them into false assimilations at every step. Seeing nothing but philosophy everywhere, it is only natural that they should also see systems wherever they go. The single doctrine to which we have just alluded is represented essentially by the Veda, that is to say, the sacred and traditional science in its integrality. For this precisely is the proper meaning of that term. It furnishes the principle and the common basis of all the more or less secondary and derivative branches which go to make up those diverse conceptions in which certain people have seen so many rival and opposed systems. In reality, these conceptions, insofar as they are in accord with their principle, obviously cannot contradict one another. On the contrary, they are bound mutually to complete and elucidate each other. Moreover, there is no need to read into this statement the suggestion of a more or less artificial and belated syncretism, for the entire doctrine must be considered as being synthetically comprised within the Veda, and that from its origin. Tradition, in its integrality, forms a perfectly coherent whole, which, however, does not mean to say a systematic whole. And since all the points of view which it comprises can as well be considered simultaneously as in succession, there cannot be any real object in inquiring into the historical order in which they may actually have been developed and rendered explicit, even apart from the fact that the existence of oral transmission, probably lasting over a period of indefinite duration, would render any proposed solution quite misleading. Though the exposition may be modified to a certain degree externally in order to adapt itself to the circumstances of this or that period, it is nonetheless true that the basis of tradition always remains exactly the same, and that these external modifications in no wise reach or affect the essence of the doctrine. The concordance of a conception with the fundamental principle of the tradition is the necessary and sufficient condition of its orthodoxy, which term must, however, on no account be taken in this instance merely according to its religious mode. It is necessary to stress this point in order to avoid any error in interpretation, because in the West there is generally no question of orthodoxy except as viewed from the purely religious standpoint. In everything that concerns metaphysics or that proceeds more or less directly from it, the heterodoxy of a conception is fundamentally not different from its falsity, resulting from its disagreement with the essential principles. Since these are contained in the Veda, it follows that it is agreement with the Veda that constitutes the criterion of orthodoxy. Heterodoxy is found, therefore, at that point where contradiction with the Veda arises. Whether voluntary or involuntary, it indicates a more or less far-reaching deviation or alteration of the doctrine, which moreover generally occurs only within somewhat restricted schools and can only affect special points, sometimes of very secondary importance. The more so since the power inherent in the tradition has the effect of limiting the scope and bearing of individual errors, of eliminating those which exceed certain bounds, and in any case, of preventing them from becoming widespread and acquiring real authority. Even where a partially heterodox school has become to a certain extent representative of a darshana, such as the atomist school in the case of the Vaisheshika, no slur is cast on the legitimacy of that darshana in itself. For it to remain within the bounds of orthodoxy, it is only necessary to reduce it again to its truly essential content. On this point, we cannot do better than quote by way of general indication this passage from the Sankhya Pravachana Bhashya of Vijnana Bhikshu. In the doctrine of Kannada, the Vaisheshika, and in the Sankhya of Kapila, the portion which is contrary to the Veda must be rejected by those who adhere strictly to the orthodox tradition. In the doctrine of Jaimini and that of Vyasa, the two Mimamsas, there is nothing which is not in accordance with the scriptures considered as the basis of that tradition. The name Mimamsa, derived from the verbal root man, to think, in its iterative form, denotes the reflective study of the sacred science. It is the intellectual fruit of meditation on the Veda. The first Mimamsa, Purva Mimamsa, is attributed to Jaimini, but we must recall in this connection that the names which are thus attached to the formulation of the different darshanas cannot be related in any way to particular individuals. They are used symbolically to describe what are really intellectual groupings, composed of all those who have devoted themselves to one and the same study over the course of a period, the duration of which is no less indeterminable than the date of its beginning. The first Mimamsa is also called Karma Mimamsa or Practical Mimamsa because it is concerned with actions, and more particularly with the accomplishment of rites. The word karma indeed possesses a double meaning. In a general sense, it means action in all its forms. In a special and technical sense, it means ritual action, such as is prescribed by the Veda. This practical Mimamsa has for its aim, as the commentator Somanatha says, to determine in an exact and precise manner the sense of the scriptures, but chiefly insofar as they include precepts, and not in respect of pure knowledge or jnana, which is often placed in opposition to karma, an opposition corresponding precisely to the distinction between the two Mimamsas. The second Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa, is attributed to Vyasa, that is to say, to the collective entity, which arranged and finally codified the traditional texts constituting the Veda itself. This attribution is particularly significant, for it is easy to see that it is not a historical or legendary person with whom we are dealing in this instance, but a genuine intellectual function, amounting, one may say, to a permanent function, since Vyasa is described as one of the 7 Chiranjeevis, literally beings endowed with longevity, whose existence is not confined to any particular epoch. To describe the second Mimamsa in relation to the first, one may regard it as belonging to the purely intellectual and contemplative order. We cannot say theoretical Mimamsa by way of symmetry with practical Mimamsa, because this description would give rise to ambiguity. Although the word theory is indeed etymologically synonymous with contemplation, it is nonetheless true that in current speech it has come to convey a far more restricted meaning. In a doctrine which is complete from the metaphysical point of view, theory, understood in this ordinary sense, is not self-sufficient, but is always accompanied or followed by a corresponding realization, of which it is, in short, but the indispensable basis, and in view of which it is ordained, as the means in view of the end. The second Mimamsa is further entitled Brahma Mimamsa as being essentially and directly concerned with divine knowledge, Brahma Vidya. It is this which constitutes the Vedanta, strictly speaking, that is to say, according to the etymological significance of that term, the end of the Veda, based principally upon the teaching contained in the Upanishads. This expression, end of the Veda, should be understood in the double sense of conclusion and of aim. On the one hand, the Upanishads do in fact form the last portion of the Vedic texts, and on the other hand, that which is taught therein, insofar at least as it can be taught, is the final and supreme aim of traditional knowledge in its entirety, detached from all the more or less particular and contingent applications derivable from it. In other words, with the Vedanta, we find ourselves in the domain of pure metaphysics. The Upanishads, forming an integral part of the Veda, are one of the very foundations of the orthodox tradition, a fact which has not prevented certain Orientalists, such as Max Muller, from professing to detect in them the germs of a Buddhism interpreted after the modern fashion, that is to say, of heterodoxy. Such a statement obviously amounts to a contradiction in terms, and it would assuredly be difficult to carry misunderstanding further. One cannot insist too strongly on the fact that it is the Upanishads which here represent the primordial and fundamental tradition, and consequently constitute the Vedanta in its essence. It follows from this that in a case of doubt as to the interpretation of the doctrine, it is always to the authority of the Upanishads that it is necessary to appeal in the last resort. The principal teachings of the Vedanta, as extracted expressly from the Upanishads, have been coordinated and synthetically formulated in a collection of aphorisms known either as the Brahma Sutras or the Shariraka Mimamsa. The author of these aphorisms, who is called Badarayana and Krishna Dvaipayana, is identified with Vyasa. It is important to note that the Brahma Sutras belong to the class of traditional writings called Smriti, while the Upanishads, like all the other Vedic texts, form part of Shruti. But the authority of Smriti is derived from that of Shruti, on which it is based. Shruti is not revelation, in the religious and Western sense of the word, as most Orientalists would have it, who here again confuse two very different points of view. It is the fruit of direct inspiration, so that it is in its own right that it holds its authority. Shruti, says Shankaracharya, is a means of direct perception in the sphere of transcendent knowledge, since in order to be an authority, it is necessarily independent of all other authority, while Smriti plays a part that is analogous to induction, in that it derives its authority from an authority other than itself. But to avoid any misunderstanding as to the force of the analogy thus indicated between transcendent and sensory knowledge, it is necessary to add that, like every true analogy, it must be applied inversely. Thus, while induction rises above sensible perception and permits one to pass on to a higher level, it is on the contrary direct perception or inspiration alone which, in the transcendent order, attains the principle itself, to what is highest, after which nothing remains but to draw the consequences and to determine the manifold applications. It may further be said that the distinction between Shruti and Smriti is, fundamentally, equivalent to that between immediate intellectual intuition and reflective consciousness. If the first is described by a word bearing the primitive meaning of hearing, this is precisely in order to indicate its intuitive character. And because according to the Hindu cosmological doctrine, sound holds the primordial rank among sensible qualities. As for Smriti, its primitive meaning is a memory. In fact, memory, being but a reflex of perception, can be taken as denoting by extension everything which possesses the character of reflective or discursive, that is to say, of indirect knowledge. Moreover, if knowledge is symbolized by light, as is most often the case, pure intelligence and recollection, otherwise the intuitive faculty and the discursive faculty, can be respectively represented by the sun and the moon. This symbolism, which we cannot enlarge upon here, is capable of numerous applications. The Brahma Sutras, the text of which is extremely concise, have given rise to numerous commentaries, the most important of which are those by Shankaracharya and Ramanuja. They are, both of them, strictly orthodox, so that we must not exaggerate the importance of their apparent divergences, which are in reality more in the nature of differences of adaptation. It is true that each school is naturally enough inclined to think and to maintain that its own point of view is the most worthy of attention and ought, while not excluding other views, nevertheless to take precedence over them. But in order to settle the question in all impartiality, one has but to examine these points of view in themselves, and to ascertain how far the horizon extends which they embrace respectively. It is, moreover, self-evident that no school can claim to represent the doctrine in a total and exclusive manner. It is nevertheless quite certain that Shankaracharya's point of view goes deeper and further than that of Ramanuja. One can, moreover, infer this from the fact that the first is of Shaivite tendency, while the second is clearly Vaishnavite. A curious argument has been raised by Thibaut, who translated the two commentaries into English. He suggests that that of Ramanuja is more faithful to the teaching of the Brahma Sutras, but at the same time recognizes that that of Shankaracharya is more in conformity with the spirit of the Upanishads. In order to be able to entertain such an opinion, it is obviously necessary to maintain that there exist doctrinal differences between the Upanishads and the Brahma Sutras. But even were this actually the case, it is the authority of the Upanishads which must prevail, as we have explained above, and Shankaracharya's superiority would thereby be established, although this was probably not the intention of Thibaut, for whom the question of the intrinsic truth of the ideas concerned hardly seems to arise. As a matter of fact, the Brahma Sutras, being based directly and exclusively on the Upanishads, can in no way be divergent from them, only their brevity, rendering them a trifle obscure when they are isolated from any commentary, might provide some excuse for those who maintain that they find in them something besides an authoritative and competent interpretation of the traditional doctrine. Thus, the argument is really pointless, and all that we need retain is the observation that Shankaracharya has deduced and developed more completely the essential contents of the Upanishads. His authority can only be questioned by those who are ignorant of the true spirit of the orthodox Hindu tradition, and whose opinion is consequently valueless. In a general way, therefore, it is his commentary that we shall follow in preference to all others. To complete these preliminary observations, we must again make it clear, although we have already explained this elsewhere, that it is incorrect to apply the label esoteric Brahmanism to the teachings of the Upanishads, as some have done. The inadmissibility of this expression arises especially from the fact that the word esoterism is a comparative, and that its use necessarily implies the correlative existence of an exoterism. But such a division cannot be applied to the doctrine in question. Exoterism and esoterism, regarded not as two distinct and more or less opposed doctrines, which would be quite an erroneous view, but as the two aspects of one and the same doctrine, existed in certain schools of Greek antiquity. There is also a clear example of this relationship to be met with in the Islamic tradition, but the same does not apply in the case of the more purely Eastern doctrines. In their case, one can only speak of a kind of natural esoterism, such as inevitably pertains to every doctrine, especially in the metaphysical sphere, where it is important always to take into account the inexpressible, which is indeed what matters most of all, since words and symbols, all told, serve no purpose beyond acting as aids to conceiving it by providing supports for a task which must necessarily remain a strictly personal one. From this point of view, the distinction between exoterism and esoterism would amount to no more than the distinction between the letter and the spirit, and one could also apply it to the plurality of meanings of greater or lesser depth contained in the traditional texts, or if preferred, the sacred scriptures of all races. On the other hand, it goes without saying that the same teaching is not understood in an equal degree by all who receive it. Among such persons, there are therefore those who in a certain sense discern the esoterism, while others, whose intellectual horizon is narrower, are limited to the exoterism. But this is not how people who talk about esoteric Brahmanism understand that expression. As a matter of fact, in Brahmanism, the teaching is accessible in its entirety to all those who are intellectually qualified, adhikari, that is, capable of deriving a real advantage from it. And if there are doctrines reserved for a chosen few, it is because it cannot be otherwise where instruction is allotted with discretion and in accordance with the real capacities of men. Although the traditional teaching is not esoteric in the strict sense of the word, it is indeed initiatic, and it differs profoundly in all its methods from that profane education which the credulity of modern Westerners so strangely overrates. This we have already pointed out when speaking of sacred science and of the impossibility of popularizing it. This last observation prompts us to a further remark. In the East, the traditional doctrines always employ oral teaching as their normal method of transmission, even in cases where they have been formulated in written texts. There are profound reasons for this, because it is not merely words that have to be conveyed, but above all, it is a genuine participation in the tradition which has to be assured. In these circumstances, it is meaningless to say, with Max Muller and other Orientalists, that the word Upanishad denotes knowledge acquired by sitting at the feet of a teacher. This title, if such were the meaning, would then apply without distinction to all parts of the Veda. Moreover, it is an interpretation which has never been suggested or admitted by any competent Hindu. In reality, the name of the Upanishads denotes that they are ordained to destroy ignorance by providing the means of approach to supreme knowledge. And if it is solely a question of approaching, then that is because the supreme knowledge is in its essence strictly incommunicable, so that none can attain to it save by himself alone. Another expression which seems to us even more unhappy than esoteric Brahmanism is Brahmanic theosophy, which has been used by Ultramar. And he indeed admits that he did not adopt it without hesitation, since it seems to justify the claims of Western theosophists to have derived their sanction from India, claims which he perceives to be ill-founded. It is true that we must certainly avoid anything which might lend countenance to certain most undesirable confusions. But there are still graver and more decisive reasons against admitting the proposed designation. Although the self-styled theosophists of whom Ultramar speaks are almost completely ignorant of the Hindu doctrines and have derived nothing from them but a terminology which they use entirely at random, they have no connection with genuine theosophy either, not even with that of the West. And this is why we insist on distinguishing carefully between theosophy and theosophism. But leaving theosophism aside, it can still be said that no Hindu doctrine, or more generally still, no Eastern doctrine, has enough points in common with theosophy to justify describing it by that name. This follows directly from the fact that the word denotes exclusively conceptions of mystical inspiration, therefore religious and even specifically Christian ones. Theosophy is something peculiarly Western. Why seek to apply this same word to doctrines for which it was never intended and to which it is not much better suited than are the labels of the philosophical systems of the West? Once again, it is not with religion that we are dealing here, and consequently there cannot be any question of theosophy any more than of theology. These two terms, moreover, began by being almost synonymous, although for purely historical reasons they have come to assume widely differing acceptations. It will perhaps be objected that we have ourselves just made use of the phrase divine knowledge, which is equivalent, after all, to the original meaning of the words theosophy and theology. This is true, but in the first place, we cannot regard the last named terms exclusively from an etymological standpoint, for they are among those with reference to which it has by now become quite impossible to ignore the changes of meaning which long usage has brought about. Moreover, we readily admit that this term divine knowledge is not itself entirely adequate, but owing to the unsuitability of European languages for the purpose of expressing purely metaphysical ideas, there was no better expression available. Besides, we do not think that there are any serious objections to its use, since we have already been careful to warn the reader not to apply a religious shade of meaning to it, such as it must almost inevitably bear when related to Western conceptions. All the same, a certain ambiguity might still remain, for the Sanskrit term which can be least inaccurately rendered by God is not Brahma, but Ishvara. However, the adjective divine, even in current speech, is used less strictly, more vaguely perhaps, and therefore lends itself better to such a transposition as we make here than the substantive whence it was derived. The point to note is that such terms as theology and theosophy, even when regarded etymologically and apart from all intervention of the religious point of view, can only be translated into Sanskrit as Ishvara Vidya. On the other hand, what we render approximately as divine knowledge, when dealing with the Vedanta, is Brahma Vidya, for the purely metaphysical point of view essentially implies the consideration of Brahma, or the supreme principle, of which Ishvara, or the divine personality, is merely a determination as principle of and in relation to universal manifestation. The consideration of Ishvara, therefore, already implies a relative point of view. It is the highest of the relativities, the first of all determinations, but it is nonetheless true that it is qualified, saguna, and conceived distinctively, savishesha, whereas Brahma is unqualified, nirguna, beyond all distinctions, nirvishesha, absolutely unconditioned, universal manifestation in its entirety being strictly nil beside its infinity. Metaphysically, manifestation can only be considered from the point of view of its dependence upon the supreme principle and in the quality of a mere support for raising oneself to transcendent knowledge, or again, taking things in inverse order, as an application of the principial truth. In any case, nothing more should be looked for in everything pertaining thereto than a kind of illustration, ordained to facilitate the understanding of the unmanifested, the essential object of metaphysics, thus permitting, as we explained when interpreting the title of the Upanishads, of an approach being made to knowledge unqualified. Chapter 2. Fundamental distinction between self and ego. In order to understand thoroughly the teaching of the Vedanta as it pertains to the human being, it is essential to define from the start, as clearly as possible, the fundamental distinction between the self, soy, which is the very principle of the being, and the individual ego, moi. It is hardly necessary to explain that the use of the term self does not imply on our part any identity of view with certain schools that may have used this word, but that, under an Eastern terminology generally misunderstood, have never set forth any but purely Western views, highly fantastic at that. We are alluding here not only to theosophism, but also to certain pseudo-Oriental schools which have entirely distorted the Vedanta under the pretext of adapting it to the Western mentality. The misuse which may have been made of a word does not, in our opinion, provide adequate grounds for declining to employ it, except where it is possible to replace it by another word equally well suited to express the same meaning, which is not the case in this instance. Besides, too great a strictness on this score would undoubtedly leave very few terms indeed at one's disposal, especially as there exist hardly any which at one time or another have not been misapplied by some philosopher, The only words which we intend to reject are those invented deliberately to express views which have nothing in common with what we are expounding. Such, for example, are the names of the different kinds of philosophical systems. Such also are the terms which belong specifically to the vocabulary of the occultists and other neo-spiritualists. As for terms which the last named have merely borrowed from earlier doctrines which they habitually and shamelessly plagiarize without understanding anything about them, obviously we need have no scruples about employing such words, while at the same time restoring the meaning which normally belongs to them. In place of the terms self and ego, we may also use those of personality and individuality, with one reservation, however, for the self, as we shall explain later on, may denote something over and above the personality. The theosophists, who seem to have taken a delight in confusing their terminology, interpret the personality and the individuality in a sense which is the exact opposite of that in which they should rightly be understood. It is the first which they identify with the ego, and the second with the self. Previously, on the contrary, even in the West, whenever any distinction has been made between these two terms, the personality has always been regarded as superior to the individuality, and that is why we say that this is their normal relationship, which there is every reason to retain. Scholastic philosophy in particular has not overlooked this distinction, but it does not seem to have grasped its full metaphysical significance, nor to have extracted the most profound consequences which follow from it. This is, moreover, what often occurs, even on occasions where scholasticism shows the most remarkable similarity with certain portions of the Eastern doctrines. In any case, the personality, metaphysically speaking, has nothing in common with what modern philosophers so often call the human person, which is in fact nothing but the individuality pure and simple. Besides, it is this alone, and not the personality, which can strictly be called human. In a general way, it appears that Westerners, even when they attempt to carry their views further than those of the majority, mistake for the personality what is actually but the superior part of the individuality, or a simple extension of it. In these circumstances, everything of the purely metaphysical order necessarily remains outside their comprehension. The self is the transcendent and permanent principle of which the manifested being, the human being, for example, is only a transient and contingent modification, a modification which, moreover, can in no way affect the principle, as will be explained more fully in what follows. The self, as such, is never individualized and cannot become so, for since it must always be considered under the aspect of the eternity and immutability which are the necessary attributes of pure being, it is obviously not susceptible of any particularization which would cause it to be other than itself. Immutable in its own nature, it merely develops the indefinite possibilities which it contains within itself, by a relative passing from potency to act through an indefinite series of degrees. Its essential permanence is not thereby affected, precisely because this process is only relative and because this development is, strictly speaking, not a development at all, except when looked at from the point of view of manifestation, outside of which there can be no question of succession, but only of perfect simultaneity, so that even what is virtual under one aspect is found nevertheless to be realized in the eternal present. As regards manifestation, it may be said that the self develops its manifold possibilities, indefinite in their multitude, through a multiplicity of modalities of realization, amounting for the integral being to so many different states, of which states one alone, limited by the special conditions of existence which define it, constitutes the portion, or rather the particular determination of that being which is called human individuality. The self is thus the principle by which all the states of the being exist, each in its own domain, and this must be understood not only of the manifested states of which we have just been speaking, whether individual like the human state or supra-individual, but also, although the word exist then becomes inappropriate, of the unmanifested state, comprising all the possibilities which are not susceptible of any manifestation, as well as the possibilities of manifestation themselves in principial mode. But the self derives its being from itself alone, and neither has nor can have in the perfect and indivisible unity of its nature any principle which is external to it. The self, considered in this manner in relation to a being, is properly speaking the personality. It is true that one might restrict the use of this latter word to the self, as principle of the manifested states, just as the divine personality, Ishvara, is the principle of universal manifestation. But one can also extend it analogically to the self as principle of all the states of the being, both manifested and unmanifested. The personality is an immediate determination, primordial and non-particularized, of the principle which in Sanskrit is called Ātmā or Paramatma, and which, in default of a better term, we may call the universal spirit, on the clear understanding, however, that in this use of the word spirit, nothing is implied which might recall Western philosophical conceptions, and in particular that it is not turned into a correlative of matter, as the modern mind is inclined to do, being subject in this respect, even though unconsciously, to the influence of Cartesian dualism. And let it be repeated once more in this connection that genuine metaphysics lies quite outside all the oppositions of which that existing between spiritualism and materialism affords us the type, and that it is in no way required to concern itself with the more or less special and often quite artificial questions to which such oppositions give rise. Ātmā permeates all things which are, as it were, its accidental modifications, and according to Ramanuja's expression, constitute in some sort its body, this word being taken here in a purely analogical sense, be they moreover of an intelligent or non-intelligent nature, that is, according to Western conceptions, spiritual as well as material. For that distinction, implying merely a diversity of conditions in manifestation, makes no sort of difference in respect of the unconditioned and unmanifested principle. This, in fact, is the supreme self, the literal rendering of Paramatma, of all that exists, under whatever mode, and it abides ever the same through the indefinite multiplicity of the degrees of existence, understood in the universal sense as well as beyond existence, that is, in principial non-manifestation. The self, in relation to any being whatsoever, is in reality identical with Ātmā, since it is essentially beyond all distinction and all particularization. And that is why in Sanskrit the same word Atman, in cases other than the nominative, replaces the reflexive pronoun itself. The self is not therefore really distinct from Ātmā, except when one considers it particularly and distinctively in relation to a being, or more accurately, in relation to a certain definite state of that being, such as the human state, and insofar as one considers it from this special and limited point of view alone. In this case, moreover, the self does not really become distinct from Ātmā in any way, since, as we said above, it cannot be other than itself, and obviously cannot be affected by the point of view from which we regard it, any more than by any other contingency. What should be noted is that to the extent that we make this distinction, we are departing from the direct consideration of the self in order to consider its reflection in human individuality or in some other state of the being, for needless to say, when confronted with the self, all states of manifestation are strictly equivalent and can be regarded in the same way, but just now it is the human individuality which more particularly concerns us. The reflection in question determines what may be called the center of this individuality, but if isolated from its principle, that is, from the self, it can only enjoy a purely illusory existence, for it is from that principle that it derives all its reality, and it effectually possesses this reality only through participation in the nature of the self, that is, insofar as it is identified therewith by universalization. The personality, let us insist once more, belongs essentially to the order of principles in the strictest sense of the word, that is, to the universal order. It cannot therefore be considered from any point of view except that of pure metaphysics, which has precisely the universal for its domain. The pseudo-metaphysicians of the West are in the habit of confusing with the universal things which in reality pertain to the individual order, or rather, as they have no conception at all of the universal, that to which they fallaciously apply this name is usually the general, which is properly speaking but a mere extension of the individual. Some carry the confusion still further. The empiricist philosophers, who cannot even conceive the general, identify it with the collective, which by right belongs to the particular order only, and by means of these successive degradations they end by reducing all things to the level of sensory knowledge, which many indeed regard as the only kind of knowledge possible, because their mental horizon does not extend beyond this domain, and because they wish to impose on everybody else the limitations which are but the effect of their own incapacity, whether inborn or acquired through a particular form of education. To forestall any misunderstandings of the kind just described, and in order to avoid tedious repetition, we will here, once and for all, provide the following table, which sets forth the essential distinctions in this connection, and to which we ask our readers to refer whenever necessary. It is important to add that the distinction between the universal and the individual must not be regarded as a correlation, for the second of these two terms, being strictly annulled in respect of the first, cannot in any way be opposed to it. The same is true with regard to the unmanifested and the manifested. Moreover, it might at first sight appear that the universal and the unmanifested should coincide, and from a certain point of view their identification would in fact be justified, since metaphysically it is the unmanifested which is the all-essential. However, account must be taken of certain states of manifestation which, being formless, are from that very fact supra-individual. If, therefore, we only distinguish between the universal and the individual, we shall be forced to assign these states to the universal, which we are the better able to do inasmuch as it is a question of a manifestation which is still in a way principial, at least by comparison with individual states. But this, it should be clearly understood, must not lead us to forget that everything manifested, even at this higher level, is necessarily conditioned, that is to say, relative. If we regard things in this manner, the universal will no longer consist solely of the unmanifested, but will also extend to the formless, comprising both the unmanifested and the supra-individual states of manifestation. As for the individual, it includes all degrees of formal manifestation, that is, all states in which beings are invested with forms. For what properly characterizes individuality and essentially constitutes it as such is precisely the presence of form among the limitative conditions which define and determine a given state of existence. We can now sum up these further considerations in the following table. The terms subtle state and gross state, which are assigned to the different degrees of formal manifestation, will be explained later. But we may point out now that this last distinction is only true on condition that we take as our starting point the human, or more precisely, the corporeal and sensible world. The gross state, in fact, is nothing else than corporeal existence itself, to which, as we shall see, human individuality belongs by one of its modalities only, and not in its integral development. As to the subtle state, it includes, in the first place, the extracorporeal modalities of the human being, or of every other being situated in the same state of existence, and also, in the second place, all other individual states. It is therefore evident that these two terms are not truly symmetrical, and cannot even have any common measure, since one of them represents only a portion of one out of the indefinite multiplicity of states which constitute formal manifestation, while the other includes all the remainder of this manifestation. Symmetry up to a certain point is to be found provided that we restrict ourselves to the consideration of the human individuality alone, and it is, moreover, from this point of view that the distinction in question is in the first place established by the Hindu doctrine. Even if one afterwards transcends this point of view, or even if it has only been entertained with the ulterior object of transcending it effectively, it remains nevertheless true that it must inevitably be taken as a basis and term of comparison, since it relates to the state in which we actually find ourselves at the present moment. It may be said, therefore, that the human being, considered in its integrality, comprises a certain sum of possibilities which constitute its corporeal or gross modality, and in addition, a multitude of other possibilities which, extending in different directions beyond the corporeal modality, constitute its subtle modalities. But all these possibilities together represent, nonetheless, one and the same degree of universal existence. It follows from this that human individuality is at once much more and much less than Westerners generally suppose it to be, much more because they recognize in it scarcely anything except the corporeal modality, which includes but the smallest fraction of its possibilities. Much less, however, because this individuality, far from really constituting the whole being, is but one state of that being among an indefinite multitude of other states. Moreover, the sum of all these states is still nothing at all in relation to the personality, which alone is the true being, because it alone represents its permanent and unconditioned state, and because there is nothing else which can be considered as absolutely real. All the rest is no doubt real also, but only in a relative way, by reason of its dependence upon the principle and insofar as it reflects it in some degree, as the image reflected in a mirror derives all its reality from the object it reflects and could enjoy no existence apart from it. But this lesser reality, which is only participative, is illusory in relation to the supreme reality, as the image is also illusory in relation to the object, and if we should attempt to isolate it from the principle, this illusion would become a pure and simple non-entity. We thus observe that existence, that is to say conditioned and manifested being, is at once real in one sense and illusory in another. And this is one of the essential points which Western writers, who have distorted the Vedanta by their erroneous and highly prejudiced interpretations, have failed to grasp. We must furthermore warn philosophers more especially that the universal and the individual are by no means for us what they call categories. And we will recall to mind, for the more modern among them seem to have forgotten it somewhat, that categories in the Aristotelian sense of the word are nothing but the most general of all genera, so that they still belong to the individual domain, of which, moreover, they denote the limit from a certain point of view. It would be more correct to compare with the universal what the scholastics term transcendentals, which do precisely transcend all genera, including the categories. But although these transcendentals do indeed belong to the universal order, it would still be a mistake to suppose that they constitute the whole of the universal, or even that they are the most important consideration in pure metaphysics. They are coextensive with being, but they do not transcend being, at which point, moreover, the doctrine in which they are thus considered stops short. Although ontology does indeed pertain to metaphysics, it is very far from constituting metaphysics in its entirety, for being is not the unmanifest in itself, but only the principle of manifestation. Consequently, that which is beyond being is metaphysically much more important than being itself. In other words, it is Brahma and not Ishvara which must be recognized as the supreme principle. This is declared expressly and above all by the Brahma Sutras, which open with these words, "Now begins the study of Brahma," to which Shankaracharya adds the following commentary. This first sutra, while enjoining the quest of Brahma, advises a reflective study of the texts of the Upanishads, carried out with the aid of a dialectic which, taking them as its basis and principle, is never in disagreement with them, and which, like them, but only in the capacity of simple auxiliary means, envisages deliverance as the goal. Chapter 3. The vital center of the human being, seat of Brahma. The self, as we have seen in the last chapter, must not be regarded as distinct from Ātmā, and moreover, Ātmā is identical with Brahma itself. This is what may be called the supreme identity, according to an expression borrowed from Islamic esotericism, where the doctrine on this and on many other points is fundamentally the same as in the Hindu tradition, in spite of great differences of form. The realization of this identity is brought about through yoga, that is to say, through the intimate and essential union of the being with the divine principle, or if it is preferred, with the universe AI. The exact meaning of this word yoga is in fact union, neither more nor less, despite the numerous interpretations, each more fanciful than the last, which Orientalists and Theosophists have suggested. It should be noted that this realization ought not, strictly speaking, to be considered as an achievement or as the production of a non-pre-existing result. According to Shankaracharya's expression, for the union in question, even though not actually realized in the sense here intended, exists nonetheless potentially, or rather virtually. It is simply a matter of the individual, for it is only in respect of the individual that one can speak of realization, becoming effectively conscious of what really is from all eternity. That is why it is said that it is Brahma which dwells in the vital center of the human being. This is true of every human being, not only of one who is actually united or delivered. These two words denoting the same thing viewed under two different aspects. The first in relation to the principle, the second in relation to manifested or conditioned existence. This vital center is considered as corresponding analogically with the smaller ventricle, guha, of the heart, hridaya. But it must not be confused with the heart in the ordinary sense of the word, that is to say, with the physiological organ bearing that name, since it is in reality the center not only of the corporeal individuality, but of the integral individuality, capable of indefinite extension in its own sphere, which occupies, moreover, but one degree of existence, and of which the corporeal modality constitutes only a portion, and indeed, as we have already stated, only a very limited portion. The heart is regarded as the center of life, and in fact, from the physiological point of view, it is so by reason of its connection with the circulation of the blood, with which vitality itself is essentially linked in a very special way, as all traditions are unanimous in recognizing. But it is further considered as a center on a higher plane, and in a more symbolical sense, through its connection with the universal intelligence, in the sense of the Arabic term al-aqlu, as related to the individual. It should be noted in this connection that the Greeks themselves, and Aristotle among others, assigned the same part to the heart, also making it the seat of intelligence, if one may so express it, and not of feeling as the moderns commonly do. The brain, in actual fact, is only the instrument of the mental faculty, that is, of thought in its reflective and discursive mode. And thus, in accordance with the symbolism which we have previously mentioned, the heart corresponds to the sun and the brain to the moon. It goes without saying, moreover, that in describing the center of the integral individuality as the heart, the greatest care should be taken not to regard what is merely an analogy as an identification. Between the two, there is, strictly speaking, a correspondence only, in which, it may be added, there is nothing arbitrary, but which is perfectly valid, although our contemporaries no doubt may be led by their habits of thought to disregard the profound reasons for such a thing. In this seat of Brahma, Brahma Pura, that is to say, in the vital center of which we have just been speaking, there is a small lotus, a place in which is a small cavity, Dahara, occupied by ether, Akasha. We must seek that which is in this place, and we shall know it. That which, in fact, dwells at the center of the individuality is not merely the etheric element, the principle of the four other sensible elements, as might be supposed by those who confine themselves to its most external meaning, that relating to the corporeal world only. In the latter world, this element does, in fact, play the part of a principle, but in a wholly relative sense, inasmuch as this world is eminently relative, and it is precisely this acceptation which has to be analogically transposed. It is indeed only in the capacity of a support for this transposition that ether is mentioned here. The conclusion of the text expressly denotes this, since if nothing more were really being referred to, there would obviously be nothing to seek. And it may further be added that the lotus and the cavity in question must also be regarded symbolically, for such a localization is in no wise to be conceived literally once the point of view of corporeal individuality has been transcended, the other modalities being no longer subject to the spatial condition. Nor is what we are at present considering merely the living soul, Jivatma, that is, the particularized manifestation of the self in life, Jiva, and consequently in the human individual, viewed here more especially under the vital aspect which is one of the conditions of existence specifically determining the human individual state, and which applies moreover to the sum total of modalities comprised in that state. Metaphysically, in fact, this manifestation should not be regarded separately from its principle, which is the self. And although this appears as Jiva in the sphere of individual existence, in illusory mode, therefore, it is Ātmā in its supreme reality. This Ātmā, which dwells in the heart, is smaller than a grain of rice, smaller than a grain of barley, smaller than a grain of mustard, smaller than a grain of millet, smaller than the germ which is in the grain of millet. This Ātmā, which dwells in the heart, is also greater than the earth, the sphere of gross manifestation, greater than the atmosphere, the sphere of subtle manifestation, greater than the sky, the sphere of formless manifestation, greater than all the worlds together, that is, beyond all manifestation, being the unconditioned. This is so, in fact, because analogy is necessarily applied in an inverse sense, as we have already pointed out. And just as the image of an object is inverted relative to that object, that which is first or greatest in the principial order is, apparently at any rate, last and smallest in the order of manifestation. To make a comparison with mathematics by way of clarification, it is thus that the geometrical point is quantitatively nil and does not occupy any space, though it is the principle by which space in its entirety is produced, since space is but the development of its intrinsic virtualities. Similarly, Though arithmetical unity is the smallest of numbers if one regards it as situated in the midst of their multiplicity, yet in principle it is the greatest, since it virtually contains them all and produces the whole series simply by the indefinite repetition of itself. The self is only potentially in the individual so long as union is not achieved, and this is why it is comparable to a grain or a germ, but the individual and manifestation in its entirety exist through it alone and have no reality except through participation in its essence, while it immensely transcends all existence, being the sole principle of all things. When we say that the self is potentially in the individual and that union exists only virtually before its realization, it goes without saying that this must be understood only from the point of view of the individual himself. In point of fact, the self is not affected by any contingency, since it is essentially unconditioned. It is immutable in its permanent actuality, and therefore there cannot be anything potential about it. Moreover, it is important to distinguish very carefully between potentiality and possibility. The first of these two words implies aptitude for a certain development. It presupposes a possible actualization and can only be applied, therefore, in respect of becoming or of manifestation. Possibilities, on the contrary, viewed in the principial and unmanifested state, which excludes all becoming, can in no way be regarded as potential. To the individual, however, all possibilities which transcend him appear as potential, since so long as he regards himself in separative mode, deriving his own being seemingly from himself, whatever he attains is strictly speaking but a reflection and not those possibilities themselves. And although this is only an illusion, we may say that for the individual they always remain potential, since it is not as an individual that he can attain them. For once they are realized, no individuality really exists any longer, as we shall explain more fully when we come to speak of deliverance. Here, however, we need to place ourselves outside the individual point of view, although even while declaring it illusory, we nonetheless recognize in it that degree of reality which belongs to it within its own order. Even when we do come to consider the individual, it can only be in virtue of his essential dependence upon the principal, sole basis of that reality, and insofar as virtually and effectively he is integrated with the whole being. Metaphysically, all must ultimately be related to the principle, which is the self. Thus, the dweller in the vital center is, from the physical point of view, ether. From the psychic point of view, it is the living soul. And thus far, we have not transcended the realm of individual possibilities. But also, and from the metaphysical point of view above all, it is the principial and unconditioned self. It is therefore, in the truest sense, the universal spirit, Ātmā, which is in reality Brahma itself, the supreme ruler. And thus the description of this center as Brahma Pura is found to be fully justified. But Brahma, considered in this manner as within man, and one might consider it in like manner in relation to every other state of the being, is called Purusha, because it rests or dwells in the individuality. We are dealing, let us repeat once more, with the integral individuality, and not merely with individuality restricted to its corporeal modality, as in a city, Purishaya, for Pura, in its proper and literal sense, signifies city. In the vital center dwelling of Purusha, the sun shines not, nor the moon, nor the stars, still less this visible fire, the igneous sensible element or Taijasa, of which visibility is the peculiar quality. All shines by the radiance of Purusha by reflecting its brightness. It is by its splendor that this whole, the integral individuality regarded as microcosm, is illuminated. So too we read in the Bhagavad Gita, one must seek the place, symbolizing a state, whence there is no return to manifestation, and take refuge in the primordial Purusha, from whom hath issued the original impulse of universal manifestation. This place neither sun nor moon nor fire illumines. It is there I have my supreme abode. Purusha is represented as light, jyotis, because light symbolizes knowledge, and it is the source of all other light, which is but its reflection, no relative knowledge being able to exist save by participation, however indirect or remote, in the essence of supreme knowledge. In the light of this knowledge, all things are in perfect simultaneity, for principally there cannot be anything but an eternal present, since immutability excludes all succession. And it is only in the sphere of the manifested that the relations of possibilities which, in themselves, are eternally contained in the principle, are transposed in terms of succession. This Purusha of the size of a thumb, Angushtamatra, an expression which must not be taken literally as denoting a spatial dimension, but which refers to the same idea as the comparison with a grain, is of a clear luminosity like a smokeless fire, without any admixture of obscurity or ignorance. It is the Lord of the past and of the future, being eternal, therefore omnipresent, in such wise that it contains in its permanent actuality all that appears as past or future relatively to any given moment of manifestation, a relationship that is, moreover, capable of transference beyond that particular mode of succession which is time proper. It is today in the actual state which constitutes the human individuality, and it will be tomorrow and in all cycles or states of existence, such as it is in itself, principially, to all eternity. Chapter 4, Purusha and Prakriti. We must now consider Purusha no longer in itself, but in relation to manifestation, and this will enable us later on to understand better why it can be regarded under several aspects, while being at the same time one in reality. It may be said then that Purusha, in order that manifestation may be produced, must enter into correlation with another principle, although such a correlation is really non-existent in relation to the highest, Ātmā aspect of Purusha. For there cannot in truth be any other principle than the supreme principle, except in a relative sense. But once we are dealing even principially with manifestation, we are already in the realm of relativity. The correlative of Purusha is then Prakriti, the undifferentiated primordial substance. It is the passive principle which is represented as feminine, while Purusha, also called Pumas, is the active principle represented as masculine. And these two are the poles of all manifestation, though remaining unmanifested themselves. It is the union of these complementary principles which produces the integral development of the human individual state, and that applies relatively to each individual. Moreover, the same may be said of all other manifested states of the being, and not only of the human state. For although we have to consider this state more especially, it is important always to remember that it is but one state among others, and that it is not merely at the confines of human individuality, but rather at the confines of the totality of manifested states, in their indefinite multiplicity, that Purusha and Prakriti appear to us as proceeding in some sort from a polarization of principial being. If, instead of considering each individual separately, we consider the whole of a domain formed by a determinate degree of existence, such as the individual domain in which the human state unfolds, or no matter what other analogous domain of manifested existence similarly owing its definition to the combination of certain special and limiting conditions, Purusha is, for such a domain, including all the beings who develop their corresponding possibilities of manifestation in it, successively as well as simultaneously, identified with Prajapati, the Lord of produced beings, an expression of Brahma itself, insofar as it is conceived as divine will and supreme ruler. This will is manifested in more particular form for each special cycle of existence, as the Manu of that cycle who gives it its law, Dharma. Manu, as has already been explained elsewhere, must in fact on no account be regarded as a personage or as a myth, but rather as a principle, which is properly speaking the cosmic intelligence, the reflected image of Brahma, and in reality one with it, expressing itself as the primordial and universal legislator. Just as Manu is the prototype of man, Manava, the pair Purusha Prakriti, relatively to a determinate state of being, may be considered as equivalent in the realm of existence corresponding to that state, to what Islamic esoterism calls universal man, al-insan al-kamil. This conception, moreover, may be further extended to embrace the totality of manifested states, and it then establishes the analogy between the constitution of the universal manifestation and that of its individual human modality, or, to adopt the language used by certain Western schools, between the macrocosm and the microcosm. Now it is essential to notice that the conception of the pair Purusha Prakriti has nothing at all to do with any dualistic conception whatsoever, and in particular that it is totally different from the spirit-matter dualism of modern Western philosophy, the origin of which is really imputable to Cartesianism. Purusha cannot be regarded as corresponding to the philosophical notion of spirit, as we have already pointed out in connection with the description of Ātmā as universal spirit, which term is only acceptable on condition that it be taken in quite a different sense. And despite the assertions of a considerable number of Orientalists, Prakriti corresponds even less to the notion of matter, which is in fact so completely foreign to Hindu thought that there is no word in Sanskrit with which to translate it, even approximately. This shows, moreover, that such a notion is lacking in any real foundation. Furthermore, it is very probable that even the Greeks themselves did not possess the notion of matter as understood by the moderns, philosophers as well as physicists. At any rate, the meaning of the word in Aristotle is exactly that of substance in all its universality, and, which is unsatisfactorily rendered by the word form on account of the ambiguities to which it too easily gives rise, corresponds no less precisely to essence regarded as the correlative of substance. Indeed, these terms essence and substance, taken in their widest sense, are perhaps those which give the most exact idea in Western languages of the conception we are discussing, a conception of a much more universal order than that of spirit and matter, and of which the latter represents at most but one very particular aspect, a specification referring to one determinate state of being. Outside this state, it loses all validity, and it is in no wise applicable to the whole of universal manifestation, as is the conception of essence and substance. It should further be added that the distinction between essence and substance, primordial as it is in comparison with all other distinctions, is nonetheless relative. It is the first of all dualities, that from which all others derive directly or indirectly, and it is with this distinction that multiplicity, strictly speaking, begins, but one must not see in it the expression of an absolute irreducibility, which is in no wise to be found there. It is universal being which, relatively to the manifestation of which it is the principle, polarizes itself into essence and substance, without its intrinsic unity being, however, in any way affected thereby. In connection, it may be pointed out that the Vedanta, from the very fact that it is purely metaphysical, is essentially the doctrine of non-duality, Advaitavada. If the Sankhya has appeared dualistic to those people who fail to understand it, that is because its point view stops short at the consideration of the first duality, a fact which does not prevent its admitting everything transcends it as possible, which is the very opposite of what occurs in the case of the systematic conceptions beloved of philosophers. We have still to define more precisely the nature of Prakriti, the first of the 24 principles, tattvas, enumerated in the Sankhya. Purusha, however, had to be considered before Prakriti, since it is inadmissible to endow the plastic or substantial principle, substantial in the strictly etymological sense of the word, meaning the universal substratum, that is to say, the support of all manifestation, with spontaneity. It is purely potential and passive, capable of every kind of determination, but never determining itself. Prakriti cannot therefore really be a cause by itself. We are speaking of an efficient cause, apart from the action, or rather the influence of the essential principle, which is Purusha, and which is, so to speak, the determinant of manifestation. All manifested things are indeed produced by Prakriti, of which there are so many modifications or determinations, but without the presence of Purusha, these productions would be deprived of all reality. The opinion according to which Prakriti is self-sufficient as the principle of manifestation could only be derived from an entirely erroneous view of the Sankhya, originating simply from the fact that, in this doctrine, what is called production is always viewed from the standpoint of substance, and perhaps also from the fact that Purusha is only mentioned there as the 25th tattva, moreover quite independently of the others, which include Prakriti and all its modifications. Such an opinion, furthermore, would be formally opposed to the teaching of the Veda. Mula Prakriti is primordial nature, in Arabic al-fitra, the root of all manifestation, since mula signifies root. It is also described as pradhana, that is to say, that which is laid down before all other things, comprising all determinations potentially. According to the Puranas, it is identified with Maya, conceived as mother of forms. It is undifferentiated, avyakta, and undistinguishable, neither compounded of parts nor endowed with qualities, inferable from its effects only, since it is imperceptible in itself, and productive without being itself a production. Root, it is without root, since it would not be a root if it had a root itself. Prakriti, root of all, is not a production. 7 principles, the great, Mahat, the intellectual principle or Buddhi, and the others, Ahankara, or the individual consciousness, which generates the notion of the ego, and the 5 tanmatras, or essential determinations of things, are at the same time productions of Prakriti and productive in relation to those which follow. 16, the 11 indriyas, or faculties of sensation and action, including manas, or the mental faculty among them, and the 5 bhutas, or substantial and sensible elements, are productions, but unproductive. Purusha is neither produced nor productive in itself, though it is indeed its action, or rather, according to an expression borrowed from the Far Eastern tradition, its actionless activity, which essentially determines everything that is substantially produced through Prakriti. To complete these remarks, it may be added that Prakriti, while necessarily one in its indistinction, contains within itself a triplicity which, on becoming actualized under the organizing influence of Purusha, gives rise to the multiplicity of determinations. Prakriti, in fact, possesses 3 gunas, or constitutive qualities, which are in perfect equilibrium in the state of primordial indifferentiation. Every manifestation or modification of substance, however, represents a rupture of this equilibrium, and beings in their different states of manifestation participate in the 3 gunas in different degrees and, so to speak, in indefinitely varying proportions. These gunas are not therefore states but conditions of universal existence, to which all manifested beings are subjected, and which must be carefully distinguished from the special conditions which determine and define such and such a state or mode of manifestation. The 3 gunas are sattva, conformity to the pure essence of being, sat, which is identified with intelligible light or knowledge, and is represented as an upward tendency. Rajas, the expansive impulse in accordance with which the being develops itself in a given state, and so to speak, at a determinate level of existence. And lastly, tamas, obscurity, assimilated with ignorance and represented as a downward tendency. We will confine our remarks in this instance to the foregoing definitions which we have already mentioned elsewhere. This is not the occasion to enlarge further on these considerations, for they lie somewhat outside our present subject, nor to speak of the diverse applications to which they give rise, more especially in relation to the cosmological theory of the elements. These developments will find a more appropriate place in other studies. Chapter 5. Purusha unaffected by individual modifications. According to the Bhagavad Gita, there are in the world 2 Purushas, the one destructible and the other indestructible. The first is distributed among all beings, the second is immutable. But there is another Purusha, the highest, Ātmā, which is called Paramatma, and which, as imperishable Lord, pervades and sustains 3 worlds, the earth, the air, and the heavens, representing the 3 fundamental degrees between which all the modes of manifestation are distributed. As I transcend the destructible and even the indestructible, being the supreme principle of the one and of the other, I am extolled in the world and in the Veda under the name of Purushottama. Of the first 2 Purushas, the destructible is Jivatma, whose separate existence is in fact transitory and contingent like that of the individuality itself. And the indestructible is Ātmā, considered as the personality permanent principle of the being through all its states of manifestation. As for the third, it is Paramatma, as the text explicitly declares, the personality of which is a primordial determination in accordance with the explanation we have previously given. True as it is to say that the personality is really beyond the realm of multiplicity, we may nevertheless, in a certain sense, speak of a personality for each being. We refer naturally to the being as a whole and not to one of its states viewed in isolation. That is why the Sankhya, the point of view of which does not attain to Purushottama, often describes Purusha as multiple. But it should be noticed that even in this case, its name is always employed in the singular, so as to emphasize its essential unity. The Sankhya has nothing in common, therefore, with any monadism of the kind associated with the name of Leibniz, where, moreover, it is the individual substance which is regarded as a complete whole, forming a sort of closed system, a conception incompatible with any notion of a truly metaphysical order. Purusha, considered as identical with the personality, is, so to speak, a portion, ansha, of the supreme ruler, who, however, is really without parts, being absolutely indivisible and without duality, as a spark is a portion of the fire, the nature of which is wholly present in every spark. It is not subject to the conditions which determine the individuality, and even in its relations therewith it remains unaffected by individual modifications, such as pleasure and pain, for example, which are purely contingent and accidental, and not essential to the being, since they all proceed from the plastic principle, Prakriti or Pradhana, as from a single root. It is from this substance, containing all the possibilities of manifestation potentially, that modifications are produced in the manifested sphere by the actual development of these possibilities, or to use the Aristotelian expression, by their passage from potency to act. All modification, parinama, says Vijnana Bhikshu, from the original production of the world, that is to say, of each cycle of existence to its final dissolution, proceeds exclusively from Prakriti and her derivatives, that is to say, from the 24 tattvas of the Sankhya. Purusha is, however, the essential principle of all things, since it is Purusha which determines the development of the possibilities of Prakriti. But it never itself enters manifestation, so that all things, insofar as they are viewed distinctively, are different from it, and nothing which concerns them in their distinctive development, that is to say, in becoming, can affect its immutability. Thus, the solar or lunar light, capable of manifold modifications, appears identical with that which gives birth to it, the luminous source considered as immutable itself, but nevertheless it is distinct therefrom in external manifestation. Likewise, modifications or manifested qualities are, as such, distinct from their essential principle, in that they can in no manner affect it. As the image of the sun reflected in water quivers and fluctuates in accordance with the undulations of the water, yet without affecting the other images reflected therein, much less the solar orb itself, so the modifications of one individual leave other individuals unaffected, and so much the more so the supreme ruler himself, who is Purushottama, and with whom the personality is in reality identical in its essence, just as all sparks are identical with fire considered as indivisible in its innermost nature. It is the living soul, Jivatma, which is here compared to the image of the sun in water, as being the reflection, abhasa, in the individual realm and relative to each individual, of the light, principially one, of the universal spirit, Ātmā. And the luminous ray which confers existence upon this image, connecting it with its source, is, as we shall see later on, the higher intellect, Buddhi, belonging to the realm of formless manifestation. As for the water, which reflects the solar light, it is habitually regarded as the symbol of the plastic principle, Prakriti, the image of universal passivity. This symbol, moreover, bearing the same meaning, is common to all traditional doctrines. Here, however, a limitation must be imposed on its general sense, since Buddhi, although formless and supra-individual, is nonetheless manifested, and consequently derives from Prakriti, of which it is the first production. The water can therefore only represent here the potential sum of formal possibilities, or in other words, the realm of manifestation in the individual mode, and thus it leaves outside itself those formless possibilities which, while corresponding with states of manifestation, must nonetheless be referred to the universal. Chapter 6. The Degrees of Individual Manifestation. We must now pass on to consider the different degrees of the manifestation of Ātmā, regarded as the personality, insofar as this manifestation constitutes human individuality, and it may indeed literally be said to constitute it, since this individuality would enjoy no existence at all if it were separated from its principle, that is to say, from the personality. The expression just used calls, however, for one reservation. By the manifestation of Ātmā must be understood manifestation referred to Ātmā as its essential principle. But it must not be inferred from this that Ātmā manifests itself in some way, since it never enters into manifestation, as we have previously stated, and that is why it is not in any way affected thereby. In other words, Ātmā is that by which all things are manifested, and which is not itself manifested by anything, and it is this point which must never be lost sight of throughout all that follows. We will repeat once more that Ātmā and Purusha are one and the same principle, and that it is from Prakriti and not from Purusha that all manifestation is produced. But if the Sankhya, because its point of view is chiefly cosmological and not strictly speaking metaphysical, sees this manifestation as the development or actualization of the potentialities of Prakriti, The Vedanta necessarily sees it quite differently because it regards Ātmā, which is outside any change or becoming, as the true principle to which everything must ultimately be referred. It might be said that viewed in this manner, the Sankhya and the Vedanta represent respectively the points of view of substance and of essence, and that the first can be called a cosmological point of view because it is that of nature and of becoming. But on the other hand, metaphysics does not limit itself to essence regarded as the correlative of substance, nor even to being, in which these two terms are unified. It extends much further since it attains to Paramatma or Purushottama, which is the supreme Brahma, and therefore its point of view, assuming that such an expression is still applicable here, is truly unlimited. Furthermore, when we speak of the different degrees of individual manifestation, it should be readily understood that they correspond with the degrees of universal manifestation by reason of the basic analogy between the macrocosm and the microcosm to which we have already alluded. This will be still better understood if one remembers that all manifested beings alike are subject to the general conditions which limit the states of existence in which they are placed. If we cannot, when considering any given being, really isolate one state of that being from the whole composed of all the other states among which it is situated hierarchically at a given level, no more can we, from another point of view, isolate that state from all that belongs, not to the same being, but to the same degree of universal existence. And thus all appears linked together in various different ways, both within manifestation itself, and also insofar as the latter, forming a single whole in its indefinite multiplicity, is attached to its principle, that is, to being, and through being, to the supreme principle. Multiplicity, once it is a possibility, exists according to its own mode, but this mode is illusory, in the sense we have already ascribed to that word, that of a lesser reality, because the very existence of this multiplicity is based upon unity, from which it is derived and within which it is principially contained. When viewing the whole of universal manifestation in this manner, we may say that in the very multiplicity of its degrees and of its modes existence is one, according to a formula borrowed from Islamic esotericism. Furthermore, there is a fine distinction which it is important to note here as between unicity and unity. The first embraces multiplicity as such, while the second is its principle, not its root, in the sense in which this word is applied to Prakriti only, but as containing within itself, essentially, as well as substantially, all the possibilities of manifestation. It can therefore correctly be said that being is one, and that it is unity itself in the metaphysical sense, however, and not in the mathematical sense, for at this stage we have passed quite outside the domain of quantity. Between metaphysical unity and mathematical unity there is analogy but not identity, and similarly, when we speak of the multiplicity of universal manifestation, it is again not with a quantitative multiplicity that we are concerned, for quantity is merely a special condition of certain manifested states. Finally, if being is one, the supreme principle is without duality, as we shall see in what follows. Unity is indeed the first of all determinations, but it is already a determination, and as such it cannot properly be applied to the supreme principle. Having given these few indispensable explanations, let us return to the consideration of the degrees of manifestation. It is necessary, as we have seen, to draw a distinction first of all between formless and formal manifestation. But when we confine our attention to the individuality, it is always exclusively with the latter that we are concerned. The human state, properly so called, like every other individual state, belongs wholly to formal manifestation, since it is precisely the presence of form among the conditions contributing to make up a particular mode of existence which characterizes that mode as individual. If, therefore, we have to consider a formless element, it will also necessarily be a supra-individual element, and, as regards its relationship with human individuality, it must never be considered as constitutive of it, nor for any reason at all as forming a part of it, but as linking the individuality to the personality. The personality, indeed, is unmanifested, even insofar as it is regarded more especially as the principle of the manifested states, just as being, although it is properly the principle of universal manifestation, remains outside of and beyond that manifestation, and we may recall Aristotle's unmoved mover at this point. On the other hand, formless manifestation is also, in a relative sense, principial in relation to formal manifestation, and thus it establishes a link between the latter and its higher unmanifested principle, which is, moreover, the common principle of these two orders of manifestation. Similarly, if we distinguish in formal or individual manifestation between the subtle and the gross state, the first is more relatively still principial in relation to the second, and hence placed hierarchically between it and formless manifestation. We have, therefore, through a series of principles becoming progressively more relative and determined, a chain at once logical and ontological, the 2 points of view, moreover, corresponding in such a way that they can only be separated artificially, extending from the unmanifested downward to gross manifestation, passing through the intermediary of formless manifestation and then of subtle manifestation. And whether we are dealing with the macrocosm or with the microcosm, such is the general order which must be followed in the development of the possibilities of manifestation. The elements about which we shall now be speaking are the tattvas enumerated by the Sankhya, with the exception, of course, of the first and the last, that is, of Prakriti and Purusha. We have seen that among these tattvas, some are regarded as productive productions and others as unproductive productions. A question, therefore, suggests itself in this connection. Is this division equivalent to the division we have just specified in respect of the degrees of manifestation, or does it not at least roughly correspond with it? For example, if we limit ourselves to the point of view of individuality, we might be inclined to refer the tattvas of the first group to the subtle state and those of the second to the gross state, the more so since, in a certain sense, subtle manifestation is productive of gross manifestation, while the latter is not productive of any further state. But the answer is not really quite so simple. In point of fact, in the first group we have Buddhi first of all, which is the formless element to which we were alluding just now. As to the other tattvas which are included with it, ahankara and the tanmatras, they do indeed belong to the domain of subtle manifestation. Again, in the second group, the bhutas incontestably belong to the domain of gross manifestation, since they are the corporeal elements. But manas, not being corporeal, must in itself at least be referred to subtle manifestation, although its activity is also exercised in relation to gross manifestation. While the other indriyas have in some sort a twofold aspect, being conceivable at the same time as faculties and as organs, psychically as well as corporeally, therefore, which is also to say both in the subtle and in the gross state. It must, moreover, be clearly understood that that part of subtle manifestation which is taken into consideration in all these circumstances is really only the portion affecting the human individual state in its extracorporeal modalities, and superior as these may be to the corporeal modality, inasmuch as they contain its immediate principle, their domain extending at the same time much further. Nevertheless, if we situate them in the totality of universal existence, they still belong to that degree of existence in which the human state as a whole is situated. The same remark also applies when we say that subtle manifestation is productive of gross manifestation. For this to be strictly accurate, however, it is necessary in the case of the former to apply the restriction we have just mentioned, since the same relationship cannot be established in respect of those other states which, though likewise individual states, are not human states, and therefore differ entirely as to their conditions, other than the condition imposed by the presence of form. For those states must nevertheless also be included in subtle manifestation, as we have already explained, from the moment that we accept the human individuality as a term of comparison, as we must inevitably do, while clearly bearing in mind that the human individual state is really neither more nor less important than any other state whatsoever. One last observation is called for. In speaking of the order of development of the possibilities of manifestation, or of the order in which the elements corresponding to the different phases of this development should be enumerated, great care must be taken to explain that such an order implies a purely logical succession, signifying, however, a real ontological connection, and that there cannot be any question at all here of a temporal succession. Development in time, indeed, only corresponds with a special condition of existence, which is one of those conditions defining the domain in which the human state is contained. And there is an indefinite number of other modes of development equally possible, and included also within universal manifestation. Human individuality cannot therefore be related in the order of time to other states of the being, since these, in a general way, are extratemporal, and that is also true even when it is only a question of states which likewise belong to formal manifestation. It might further be added that certain extensions of the human individuality, outside its corporeal modality, are already freed from time, without on that account being exempt from the general conditions of the state to which this individuality belongs. These extensions are really situated in mere prolongations of that state, and we shall doubtless have occasion in other studies to explain just how such prolongations may be reached through the suppression of one or other of the conditions which together contribute to make up the corporeal world. Such being the case, it is all the more apparent that there cannot be any question of the temporal condition applying outside this same state, nor, consequently, of its governing the relation of the integral human state with other states. And this is even less admissible when it is a question of a principle common to all the states of manifestation, or of an element which, though indeed manifested, is nevertheless superior to all formal manifestation, as is the element to be considered next. Chapter 7. Buddhi, or the higher intellect. The first degree of the manifestation of Ātmā, taking this expression in the sense explained in the last chapter, is the higher intellect, Buddhi, which, as we have seen above, is also called Mahat, or the great principle. It is the second of the 25 principles of the Sankhya, and the first, therefore, of all the productions of Prakriti. This principle still pertains to the universal order, since it is formless. We must not, however, forget that it already belongs to manifestation, and therefore proceeds from Prakriti, for all manifestation, at whatever degree we take it, necessarily implies the two correlative and complementary terms, Purusha and Prakriti, essence and substance. It is nonetheless true that Buddhi transcends the domain not only of human individuality, but of every individual state whatsoever, and it is this which justifies its other name of Mahat. It is never really individualized, therefore, and it is not until the next stage, that of the particular, or rather particularist, consciousness of the ego, that we shall find individuality realized. Buddhi, considered in relation to the human individuality or to any other individual state, is then its immediate but transcendent principle, just as, from the point of view of universal existence, formless manifestation is the principle of formal manifestation, and it is at the same time what may be called the expression of the personality in manifestation. Therefore, that which unifies the being throughout the indefinite multiplicity of its individual states, the human state in its utmost extension being but one state among all the rest. In other words, if we view the self, Ātmā, or personality, as the spiritual sun which shines at the center of the entire being, Buddhi will be the ray directly emanating from this sun and illuminating in its entirety the particular individual state that more especially concerns us, while at the same time linking it to the other individual states of the same being, or rather more generally still, to all the manifested states, individual or non-individual, of that being, and beyond these, to the center itself. Further, it should be remarked, without however going into the question so far as to interrupt the course of our exposition, that owing to the fundamental unity of the being in all its states, the center of each state, where this spiritual ray is projected, should be regarded as virtually, if not effectively, identified with the center of the entire being. And it is for this reason that any state whatsoever, the human state as well as any other, can be taken as a basis for the realization of the supreme identity. It is precisely in this sense and in virtue of this identification that one may say, as we did in the first place, that Purusha itself dwells at the center of the human individuality. That is to say, at the point where the intersection of the spiritual ray with the realm of the vital possibilities determines the living soul, Jivatma. Furthermore, Buddhi, like everything that proceeds from the potentialities of Prakriti, participates in the three gunas. That explains why, when viewed from the standpoint of distinctive knowledge, vijnana, it is regarded as ternary, and in the sphere of universal existence, it is then identified with the divine Trimurti. Mahat is conceived distinctively as three gods, in the sense of three aspects of the intelligible light, for this is the real meaning of the Sanskrit word deva, of which the Latin word deus is, moreover, etymologically the exact equivalent, through the influence of the three gunas, being one single manifestation, Murti, in three gods. In the universal order, it is the divinity, Ishvara, not in himself, but under his three principal aspects as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, constituting the Trimurti, or triple manifestation. But regarded distributively under the aspect of separativity, which is moreover purely contingent, it belongs, without however being itself individualized, to individual beings, to whom it communicates the possibility of participating in the divine attributes, that is to say, in the very nature of universal being, the principle of all existence. It is easy to see that Buddhi is here considered in its respective relations with the first two of the three Purushas which are spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita. In the macrocosmic order, the immutable Purusha is Ishvara himself, of whom the Trimurti is the expression in manifested mode. We are speaking, of course, of formless manifestation, for there is nothing individual about it. And it is stated that the other Purusha is disseminated among all beings. Similarly, in the microcosmic order, Buddhi may be viewed relatively to the personality, Ātmā, and relatively the living soul, Jivatma. The latter, moreover, only being the reflection of the personality in the individual human state, a reflection which could not exist without the mediation of Buddhi. To recall here the symbol of the sun and its reflected image in the water, Buddhi is, as we have stated, the ray which determines the formation of the image and at the same time unites it with its luminous source. It is in virtue of the twofold relationship which has just been indicated, and of this function of intermediary between the personality and the individuality, that we may regard the intellect, in spite of the inevitable inadequacy of such a way of speaking, as passing in some sort from the state of universal potentiality to the individualized state, but without really ceasing to be such as it was, since this apparent passage only comes about through its intersection with the particular domain constituted by certain conditions of existence defining the individuality in question. It then produces as a resultant of this intersection the individual consciousness, ahankara, implied in the living soul, jivatma, in which it is inherent. As we have already pointed out, this consciousness, which is the third principle of the Sankhya, gives rise to the notion of the ego, aham, whence the name ahankara, literally that which makes the me, since its proper function is to establish the individual conviction, abhimana, that is to say precisely the notion that the I am is concerned with external, bahya, and internal, abhyantara, objects, which are respectively the objects of perception, pratyaksha, and contemplation, dhyana. And the sum total of these objects is described by the term idam, this, when conceived as in opposition to aham or me, a purely relative opposition, however, and for that reason quite different from that which modern philosophers claim to establish between subject and object or between mind and things. Thus, the individual consciousness proceeds directly, but simply as a conditioned modality from the intellectual principle and, in its turn, produces all the other principles or elements specially attaching to the human individuality. These elements we shall now consider in greater detail. Chapter 8, Manas, or the inward sense, the 10 external faculties of sensation and action. In its list of the tattvas after individual consciousness, ahankara, the Sankhya goes on to describe the 5 tanmatras, subtle elementary determinations, incorporeal therefore and outwardly imperceptible, belonging to the same group of productive productions. In an immediate sense, they constitute respectively the principles of the 5 bhutas or corporeal and sensible elements, and receive their finite expression in the particular conditions of individual existence prevailing at the level of the human state. The word tanmatra literally means an assignment, matra, measure, determination, delimiting the proper sphere of a given quality, tad or tat, neuter pronoun that, taken here in the sense of quiddity, like the Arabic dat, in universal existence. But this is not the place to enter into fuller details on this subject. We will merely remark that the 5 tanmatras are usually indicated by the names of the sensible qualities: auditive or sonorous, shabda, tangible, sparsha, visible, rupa, with the double sense of form and color, sapid, rasa, and olfactory, gandha. But these qualities must be looked upon here as existing in a relatively principial and non-developed state only, since it is through the bhutas alone that they will be actually manifested in the sensible order. Furthermore, the relation of the tanmatras to the bhutas is analogous in its relative degree to that of essence to substance, so that the term elementary essences could be applied accurately enough to the tanmatras. The 5 bhutas, in the order of their production or of their manifestation, an order parallel to that just indicated for the tanmatras, since a corresponding sensible quality goes with each element, are ether, akasha, air, vayu, fire, tejas, water, ap, and earth, prithvi or prithivi. And it is from these that the whole of gross or corporeal manifestation is made up. Between the tanmatras and the bhutas, and constituting along with the latter the group of unproductive productions, there are 11 distinct and specifically individual faculties which proceed from ahankara, and which at the same time all participate in the 5 tanmatras. Of the 11 faculties in question, 10 are external, 5 of sensation and 5 of action. The 11th, which is concerned with both these functions, is the inward sense or mental faculty, manas, and this is directly attached to consciousness, ahankara. It is to manas that we must refer individual thought, which belongs to the formal order, and which includes reason as well as memory and imagination. It is in no way inherent to the transcendent intellect, Buddhi, the attributes of which are essentially formless. It is worth remarking in this connection that, for Aristotle also, pure intellect is of a transcendent order, and can claim knowledge of universal principles as its proper object. This knowledge, which is not discursive in any respect, is acquired directly and immediately by intellectual intuition. To avoid any misunderstanding, it should be added that this intuition has nothing at all to do with the so-called intuition of a merely sensitive and vital order, which plays such a prominent part in the decidedly anti-metaphysical theories of certain contemporary philosophers. As for the development of the different faculties of individual man, it is enough to quote the teaching of the Brahma Sutras on this subject. The intellect, the inward sense, and also the faculties of sensation and action are developed in manifestation and reabsorbed into the unmanifested in a similar sequence, except that reabsorption proceeds in an inverse order to that of development, and this sequence always follows that of the elements from which these faculties proceed as regards their constitution, with the exception, however, of the intellect, which is developed in the formless order prior to the determination of any formal or properly individual principle. As to Purusha or Ātmā, its emanation, insofar as it is regarded as the personality of a being, is not a birth, even in the widest meaning of the word, neither is it a production, implying a starting point for its actual existence, as is the case for everything that proceeds from Prakriti. One cannot, in fact, assign to it any limitation by any particular condition of existence, since, being identified with the Supreme Brahma, it partakes of its infinite essence, implying the possession of the divine attributes, at least virtually and even actually, insofar as this participation is effectively realized in the supreme identity, not to speak of all that lies beyond any attribution whatsoever, since here we are contemplating the Supreme Brahma, which is nirguna, and not merely Brahma as saguna, that is to say, Ishvara. It is active, but only in principle, therefore actionless. For this activity, kartritva, is not essential to it, nor inherent in it, but is simply eventual and contingent, merely relative to its states of manifestation. As the carpenter, grasping in his hand his axe and his other tools and then laying them aside, enjoys tranquility and repose, so this Ātmā, in its union with its instruments, by means of which its principial faculties are expressed and developed in each of its states of manifestation, and which are thus nothing but the manifestations of these faculties with their respective organs, is active, although this activity in no way affects its inmost nature, and in relinquishing them enjoys repose and tranquility in the inaction from which in itself it never departed. The various faculties of sensation and action indicated by the word prana in a secondary acceptation are 11 in number. 5 of sensation, buddhindriyas or jnanendriyas, means or instruments of knowledge in their own particular sphere. 5 of action, kamendriyas, and the inward sense, manas. Where a greater number, 13, is given, The term indriya is employed in its widest and most comprehensive sense, distinguishing within manas by reason of the plurality of its functions. The intellect, not in itself and insofar as it belongs to the transcendent order, but as a particular determination relative to the individual consciousness, ahankara, from which manas cannot be separated, and the inward sense properly so called, what the scholastic philosophers term sensorium commune. Where a lesser number, usually 7, is given, the same term is applied in a more restricted manner. Thus, 7 sensible organs are specified, the 2 eyes, the 2 ears, the 2 nostrils, and the mouth or tongue, so that in this case we are dealing merely with the 7 openings or orifices of the head. The 11 faculties mentioned above, although indicated collectively by the term prana, are not, as are the 5 Vāyus, of which we shall speak later, simple modifications of the mukhya prana or principal vital act, respiration, with the assimilation ensuing from it, but distinct principles from the special point of view of human individuality. The term prana, in its most usual acceptation, really means vital breath, but in certain Vedic texts it serves to describe something which, in the universal sense, is identified in principle with Brahma itself, as when it is said that in deep sleep, sushupti, all the faculties are reabsorbed into prana, since while a man sleeps without dreaming, his spiritual principle, Ātmā viewed in relation to him, is one with Brahma. This state being beyond distinction and therefore truly supra-individual. That is why the word svapiti, he sleeps, is interpreted as swam apito bhavati, he has entered into his own self. As to the word indriya, it really means power, which is also the primary meaning of the word faculty. But by extension it comes to mean, as has already been pointed out, both the faculty and its bodily organ, which are thus described by one and the same word, and which are considered as constituting in combination a single instrument, either of knowledge, buddhi or jnana, these terms being here taken in their widest sense, or of action, karma. The 5 instruments of sensation are the ears or hearing, shrotra, the skin or touch, tvak, the eyes or sight, chakshus, the tongue or taste, rasana, the nose or smell, grana, being enumerated thus in the order of development of the senses, which is that of the corresponding elements, bhutas. But to explain this correspondence in detail, it would be necessary to discuss fully the conditions of corporeal existence, which we cannot undertake to do here. The 5 instruments of action are the organs of excretion, payu, the generative organs, upastha, the hands, pani, the feet, pada, and lastly the voice or organ of speech, vak, which is reckoned as the 10th. Manas must be regarded as the 11th, fulfilling in its own nature a double function of service both toward perception and toward action, and partaking in consequence of the properties of each, which it centralizes to a certain extent within itself. According to the Sankhya, these faculties with their respective organs are, distinguishing 3 faculties in manas, the 13 instruments of knowledge in the sphere of human individuality, for the end of action is not in action itself, but only insofar as it relates to knowledge. 3 are internal and 10 external, compared to 3 sentinels and 10 gates, consciousness being inherent in the former, but not in the latter when viewed distinctively. A bodily sense perceives, and an organ of action executes, the one being as it were an entry and the other an outgoing. There are here 2 successive and complementary phases, of which the first is a centripetal and the second a centrifugal movement. Between the 2, the inward sense, manas, examines. Consciousness, ahankara, makes the individual application, that is to say, the assimilation of the perception by the ego, of which it henceforth becomes part as a secondary modification. And finally, the pure intellect, buddhi, transposes the data of the preceding faculties into the universal. Chapter 9, Envelopes of the Self, the 5 Vāyus or vital functions. Purusha or Ātmā, manifesting itself as Jivatma in the living form of the individual being, is regarded according to the Vedanta as clothing itself in a series of envelopes, koshas, or successive vehicles representing so many phases of its manifestation. It would be altogether wrong, however, to compare these envelopes to bodies, since it is the last phase only that belongs to the corporeal order. It is important to note, moreover, that Ātmā cannot, strictly speaking, be said to be actually contained within such envelopes, since by its very nature it is not susceptible of any limitation and is in no way conditioned by any state of manifestation whatsoever. The first envelope, Anandamaya Kosha, the suffix maya signifying made of or consisting of whatever is denoted by the word to which it is joined, is none other than the totality of the possibilities of manifestation which Ātmā comprises within itself in its permanent actuality, in the principial and undifferentiated state. It is called made of beatitude, Ananda, because the self, in this primordial state, enjoys the plenitude of its own being, and it is in no way really distinct from the self. It is superior to conditioned existence, which presupposes it, and it is situated at the level of pure being. That is why it is regarded as characteristic of Ishvara. Here, therefore, we are in the formless order. It is only when this envelope is viewed in relation to formal manifestation, and insofar as the principle of the latter is contained in it, that it can be said to represent principial or causal form, Karana Sharira, that by which form will be manifested and actualized in the succeeding stages. The second envelope, Vijnanamaya Kosha, is formed by the directly reflected light, in the intelligible sense, of integral and universal knowledge, jnana, the particle zik implying the distinctive mode. It is composed of 5 elementary essences, tanmatras, conceivable, but not perceptible in their subtle state. And it arises out of the conjunction of the higher intellect, Buddhi, with the principial faculties of perception proceeding respectively from the 5 tanmatras, and the external development of which constitutes the 5 senses of the corporeal individuality. The third envelope, Manomaya Kosha, in which the constituents of the preceding envelope are linked up with the inward sense, manas, especially brings into play the mental consciousness or thinking faculty. This, as we have previously explained, belongs exclusively to the individual and formal order, and its development arises from the radiation in reflective mode of the higher intellect within a determinate individual state, which is in this case the human state. The fourth envelope, Pranamaya Kosha, comprises the faculties which proceed from the vital breath, prana, that is to say the 5 Vāyus, modalities of this prana, as well as the faculties of action and sensation, these last already existing principally in the 2 preceding envelopes as purely conceptive faculties, at which stage indeed there could be no question of any sort of action, any more than of any external perception. The combination of these last envelopes, Vijnanamaya, Manomaya, and Pranamaya, constitutes the subtle form, Sukshma Sharira or Linga Sharira, as opposed to the gross or corporeal form, Stula Sharira. Thus we meet again here with the distinction between the 2 modes of formal manifestation which we have referred to on several previous occasions. The 5 vital functions or actions are called Vāyus, although they are not strictly speaking air or wind, which is the general meaning of the word Vayu or Vata, derived from the root Va, to go, to move, and usually denoting the element air, one of the characteristic properties of which is mobility, since they belong to the subtle and not to the corporeal state. As we have said above, they are modalities of the vital breath, prana, or more generally ana, considered chiefly in relation to respiration. They are one aspiration, that is, respiration regarded as ascending in its initial phase, prana in the strictest sense of this word, and attracting the still unindividualized elements of the cosmic environment, causing them to participate by assimilation in the individual consciousness. 2, inspiration, considered as descending in a succeeding phase, apana, whereby these elements penetrate into the individuality. 3, a phase intermediary between the 2 preceding ones, dhyana, consisting on the one hand of all the reciprocal actions and reactions which are produced upon the contact of the individual with the surrounding elements, and on the other hand of the various resultant vital movements, of which the circulation of the blood is the corresponding movement in the bodily organism. 4, expiration, udana, which projects the breath while transforming it beyond the limits of the restricted individuality, that is, the individuality reduced simply to those modalities which are commonly developed in all men, into the sphere of the possibilities of the extended individuality viewed in its integrality. And 5, digestion, or inner substantial assimilation, samana, by which the elements absorbed become an integral part of the individuality. it is clearly stated that all this is not purely a matter of the operation of one or of several bodily organs. It is in fact easy to realize that it refers not merely to the analogically corresponding physiological functions, but rather to vital assimilation in the widest possible sense. The corporeal or gross form, stula sharira, is the fifth and last envelope, the one which for the human state corresponds to the most external mode of manifestation. It is the alimentary envelope, annamaya kosha, composed of the 5 sensible elements, bhutas, out of which all bodies are constituted. It assimilates to itself the combined elements received in nutriment, anna, a word derived from the verbal root ad, to eat, secreting the finer parts which remain in the organic circulation, and excreting or rejecting the coarser, excepting those, however, which are deposited in the bones. As a result of this assimilation, the earthy substances become the flesh, the watery substances, the blood, and the igneous substances, the fat, the marrow, and the nervous system, phosphoric matter. For there are corporeal substances in which the nature of one element or another predominates, although they are all formed by the union of the 5 elements. Every organic being dwelling in such a bodily form possesses, in a more or less complete degree of development, the 11 individual faculties of which we have spoken above, and as we have also seen, these faculties are manifested in the bodily organism by means of the 11 corresponding organs, avayavas, a name which is also applied in the subtle state, but only by analogy with the gross state. According to Shankaracharya, 3 classes of organic beings may be distinguished according to their mode of reproduction. 1, the viviparous, jivaha or yonija, or again jarayuja, such as man and the other mammals. 2, the oviparous and daja, such as birds, reptiles, fish, and insects. And 3, the germiniparous, udbija, which includes both the lower animals and plants, the former mobile, being born chiefly in water, while the latter, which are immobile, are usually born in the earth. However, according to sundry passages in the Veda, nutriment, anna, that is to say vegetation, oshadi, also proceeds from water, since it is rain, varsha, which fertilizes the earth. Chapter 10, Essential Unity and Identity of the Self. In all the states of the being. At this stage, we need to emphasize a point of fundamental importance. All the principles or elements we have been speaking about, which are described as distinct, are indeed so when viewed from the individual standpoint, but only from that standpoint, for in reality they merely constitute so many manifested modalities of the universal spirit, Ātmā. In other words, although accidental and contingent insofar as they are manifested, they serve as the expression of certain essential possibilities of Ātmā, those which from their very nature are possibilities of manifestation. And these possibilities, in principle and in their basic reality, are in no wise distinct from Ātmā. This is why they must be considered in the universal, and no longer in relation to individual beings, as being in reality Brahma itself, which is without duality, and outside of which there is nothing either manifested or unmanifested. Besides, anything which leaves something outside itself cannot be infinite, being limited by that very thing which it excludes, and thus the world, taking this expression as meaning the whole of universal manifestation, is only distinguishable from Brahma in an illusory manner, while on the contrary, Brahma is absolutely distinct from that which it pervades, that is, from the world, since we cannot apply any of the determinative attributes to it which pertain to the world, and since universal manifestation in its entirety is rigorously nil in relation to its infinity. As we have already pointed out elsewhere, this irreciprocity of relationship entails the formal condemnation of pantheism, as well as of immanentism of any sort. And the Bhagavad Gita also asserts the same thing very clearly in the following terms. All beings are in me, and I am not myself in them. My being upholds beings, and without being itself in them, it is through it that they exist. Again, one may say that Brahma is the absolute whole for the very reason that it is infinite, while, on the other hand, though all things are in Brahma, they are not Brahma when viewed from the standpoint of distinction, that is to say, in their quality of relative and conditioned things, their existence as such being moreover nothing but an illusion from the standpoint of supreme reality. That which is asserted of things and which cannot apply to Brahma is but an expression of relativity, and at the same time this relativity being illusory, all distinction is equally illusory because one of its terms vanishes when brought into the presence of the other, nothing being capable of entering into correlation with the infinite. It is solely in principle that all things are Brahma, but also it is that alone which constitutes their fundamental reality. This it is that must never be lost sight of if there is to be a proper understanding of what is to follow. No distinction, bearing upon contingent modifications, such as the distinction between the agent, the act, and the end or the result of that act, invalidates the essential unity and identity of Brahma as cause, Karana, and effect, Karya. The sea is the same as its waters, and does not differ in nature in any way from them, although the waves, the foam, the spray, the drops, and other accidental modifications which these waters undergo exist apart or conjointly as different from one another, when considered distinctively, either under the aspect of succession or of simultaneity, but without their nature ceasing on that account to be the same. An effect is not other in essence than its cause, although the cause, on the contrary, is more than the effect. Brahma is one as being, and without duality as supreme principle. Itself, it is not separated by any limitations from its modifications, formal as well as formless. It is Ātmā in every possible state, and Ātmā, in itself in the unconditioned state, is it and not other than it. The same earth yields diamonds and other precious minerals, crystal rocks and common worthless stones. The same soil produces a diversity of plants offering the greatest variety of leaves, flowers, and fruits. The same nutriment is converted in the organism into blood, flesh, and various excrescences such as hair and nails. As milk is spontaneously changed into curds and water into ice, but without this conversion from one state into another implying any change of nature, so Brahma modifies itself in diverse ways, in the indefinite multiplicity of universal manifestation, without the aid of instruments or external means of any kind whatever, and without its unity and identity being affected thereby, without it being possible to say, therefore, that it is modified in reality, although all things only exist in effect as its modifications. Thus the spider spins its web out of its own substance, subtle beings take diverse incorporeal forms, and the lotus grows from marsh to marsh without organs of locomotion. That Brahma is indivisible and without parts, as it is no objection to this conception of universal multiplicity in its unity, or rather in its non-duality. It is not its totality, eternally immutable, which is modified in the appearances of the world, nor any of its parts, since it has none, but it is itself viewed under the special aspect of distinction or of differentiation, that is, as saguna or savishesha. And, if it can be viewed thus, that is because it comprises all possibilities within itself, without there being in any sense parts of itself. Diverse changes of condition and modes of existence are presented to the same individual soul while dreaming, and in this state perceiving internal objects which belong to the domain of subtle manifestation. Diverse illusory forms corresponding to different modalities of formal manifestation, other than the corporeal modality, are assumed by this same subtle being without in any respect altering its unity. Such illusory forms, Maya Virupa, being considered as purely accidental and not belonging of themselves to the being who assumes them, so that the latter must be regarded as unaffected by this merely apparent modification. Brahma is almighty, since it contains all things in principle, capable of every activity, although actionless, or rather on that very account, without organ or instrument of action of any sort. Therefore, no motive or special end, such as pertains to an individual act, other than its own will, which is indistinguishable from its omnipotence, must be assigned to the determination of the universe. No accidental differentiation must be imputed to it, as in the case of a particular cause, because each individual being is modified while developing its possibilities in conformity with its own nature. Thus, the rain cloud distributes rain with impartiality, without regard to the special results which arise from secondary circumstances, and this same fertilizing rain causes different seeds to grow in various ways, producing a variety of plants according to their species, by reason of the different potentialities proper to these seeds respectively. Every attribute of a first cause is, in principle, in Brahma, which in itself is nevertheless devoid of every distinct quality. That which was, that which is, and that which will be, truly all is Omkara, the universe principially identified with Brahma, and as such symbolized by the sacred monosyllable Om, and all else which is not subjected to threefold time, Trikala, that is to say the temporal condition viewed under its three modalities of past, present, and future, is also truly Omkara. Assuredly, this Ātmā, of which all things are but the manifestation, is Brahma, and this Ātmā, relatively to the various states of the being, has four conditions, padas, a word signifying literally feet. In truth, all this is Brahma. All this, as moreover the continuation of this latter text, which we shall give later on, clearly shows, must be understood as referring to the different modalities of the individual being regarded in its integrality, as well as to the non-individual states of the total being. That is what is meant here by the conditions of Ātmā, although in itself, Ātmā is truly unconditioned and never ceases to be so. Chapter 11. The different conditions of Ātmā in the human being. We will now enter upon a more detailed study of the different conditions of the individual being residing in the living form, which, as previously explained, includes the subtle form, Sukshma Sharira or Liga Sharira, on the one hand, and the gross or bodily form, Sthula Sharira, on the other. The conditions we are referring to must not be confused with that particular condition which we have already noted as being special to each individual, distinguishing him from all other individuals, nor are they connected with that aggregate of limiting conditions defining each state of existence taken separately. In this instance, we are referring exclusively to the various states, or, if it be preferred, the various modalities to which, in a perfectly general way, any single individual being is subject, whatever the nature of that being may be. These modalities, taken as a whole, can always be related both to the gross and to the subtle state, the former being confined to the bodily modality and the latter comprising the remainder of the individuality. There is no question here of the other individual states, since it is the human state in particular that we are considering. What is beyond these two states no longer belongs to the individual as such. We are referring to what may be called the causal state, that is to say, the state which corresponds to Karana Sharira and which belongs consequently to the universal and formless order. With this causal state, moreover, though we are no longer in the realm of individual existence, we are still in the realm of being. Therefore, we also need to envisage beyond being a fourth, absolutely unconditioned principial state. Metaphysically, all these states, even those which belong strictly to the individual, are related to Ātmā, that is to say, to the personality, since it is this alone which constitutes the fundamental reality of the being, and since every state of that being would be purely illusory if one attempted to separate it from Ātmā. The being's different states, whatever their nature, represent nothing but possibilities of Ātmā. That is why it is possible to speak of the various conditions in which the being finds itself as in the truest sense conditions of Ātmā, although it must be clearly understood that Ātmā in itself is in no way affected thereby, and does not on that account cease to be unconditioned, in the same way that it never becomes manifested, although it is the essential and transcendent principle of manifestation in all its modes. Disregarding for the moment the fourth state, to which we shall return later, the first three states are the waking state, corresponding to gross manifestation, the dream state, corresponding to subtle manifestation, and deep sleep, which is the causal and formless state. Besides these three states, another is sometimes mentioned, that of death, and even a further one, the state of ecstatic trance, considered as intermediate, sandhya, between deep sleep and death, in the same way that dreaming is intermediate between waking and deep sleep. These two last states, however, are not generally reckoned as separate, since they are not essentially distinct from that of deep sleep, which is really an extra individual state, as we have just explained, and in which the being returns likewise into non-manifestation, or at least into the formless, the living soul, Jivatma, withdrawing into the bosom of the universal spirit, Ātmā, along the path which leads to the very center of the being, where is the seat of Brahma. For the detailed description of these states, we have only to turn to the text of the Mandukya Upanishad, the opening passage of which we have already cited, with the exception of one phrase, however, the first of all, which runs, Om, this syllable, Akshara, is everything that is, its explanation follows. The sacred monosyllable Om, which expresses the essence of the Veda, is here taken as the ideographic symbol of Ātmā. This syllable, composed of three letters, Matras, these letters being a U and M, the first two contracting into O, has four elements, the fourth of which being none other than the monosyllable itself, regarded synthetically under its principial aspect, is non-expressed by any letter, a matra, being prior to all distinction in the indissoluble, akshara. Similarly, Ātmā has four conditions, padas, the fourth of which is not really a special condition at all, but is Ātmā regarded in itself, in an absolutely transcendent manner, independently of any condition, and which, as such, is not susceptible of any representation. We will now go on to explain what the text we referred to says on the subject of each of these conditions of Ātmā, starting from the last degree, that of manifestation, and working back to the supreme, total, and unconditioned state. Chapter 12, the waking state or the condition of Vaishvānara. The first condition is Vaishvānara, the seat of which is in the waking state, Jagaritasthana, which has knowledge of external sensible objects and which has 7 members and 19 mouths and the world of gross manifestation for its province. Vaishvānara, as the etymological derivation of the word indicates, is what we have called universal man, regarded, however, more especially in the complete development of his states of manifestation and under the particular aspect of that development. Here, the extent of this term appears to be limited to one of these states only, the most external of all, that of gross manifestation, which constitutes the corporeal world. But this particular state can be taken as the symbol for the whole of universal manifestation, of which it is an element, since for the human being it is necessarily the basis and point of departure for all realization. As in all symbolism, therefore, it will suffice to effect the transposition appropriate to the degree to which the conception is called upon to apply. It is in this sense that the state in question can be related to universal man and described as constituting his body, conceived by analogy with the body of individual man, an analogy which is that of the macrocosm, adhidavaka, and the microcosm, adhyatmika, as we have already explained. Under this aspect, Vaishvānara is also identified with Viraj, that is to say, with the cosmic intelligence, insofar as it governs and unifies in its integrality the whole of the corporeal world. Finally, from another point of view, which however corroborates the preceding one, Vaishvānara also means that which is common to all men. In that case, it is the human species, understood as specific nature, or more exactly what may be called the genius of the species. Furthermore, it should be observed that the corporeal state is in fact common to all human individuals, whatever may be the other modalities in which they are capable of developing themselves in order to realize, as individuals and without going beyond the human level, the full range of their respective possibilities. After what has just been said, it will be easy for us to explain the significance of the 7 members mentioned in the Madhukya Upanishad, and which form the 7 principal parts of the macrocosmic body of Vaishvānara. Taking them in order: 1, the assemblage of the higher luminous spheres, that is to say, of the higher states of being, considered, however, in this instance solely in their relationship with the particular state in question, is compared with the part of the head containing the brain, for the brain, in fact, corresponds organically with the mental function, which is but a reflection of the intelligible light or of the supra-individual principles. 2, the sun and the moon, or more exactly the principles represented in the sensible world by these 2 luminaries, are the 2 eyes. 3, the igneous principle is the mouth. 4, the directions of space, dish, are the ears. 5, the atmosphere, that is to say, the cosmic environment whence the vital breath, prana, proceeds, corresponds to the lungs. 6, the intermediate region, antariksha, extending between the earth, bhu or bhumi, and the luminous spheres or the heavens, svar or svarga, and considered as the region where forms, still potential in relation to the gross state, are elaborated, corresponds to the stomach. 7, and finally the earth, that is to say, symbolically, the final term in actuation of the entire corporeal manifestation, corresponds to the feet, which are taken here as the emblem of the whole lower portion of the body. The relationship of these various members to one another and their functions in the cosmic whole to which they belong is analogous, but not identical, be it understood, with the relationship between the corresponding parts of the human organism. It will be noticed that no mention is made here of the heart because its direct relationship with universal intelligence places it outside the sphere of the individual functions properly so called, and because this seat of Brahma is really and truly the central point both in the cosmic and in the human orders, whereas everything pertaining to manifestation and above all to formal manifestation is external and peripheric, if one may so express it, belonging exclusively to the circumference of the wheel of things. In the condition we are describing, Ātmā as Vaishvānara becomes conscious of the world of sensible manifestation, considered also as the sphere of that aspect of the non-supreme Brahma, which is called Viraj. It does so by means of 19 organs, which are described as so many mouths, because they are the entranceways of knowledge for everything belonging to this particular domain. Moreover, the intellectual assimilation which operates in knowledge is often compared symbolically with the vital assimilation effected by nutrition. These 19 organs, also including in that term the corresponding faculties, in accordance with our previous explanation of the general significance of the word indriya, are the 5 organs of sensation, the 5 organs of action, the 5 vital breaths, Vāyus, the mental faculty or the inward sense, manas, the intellect, Buddhi, considered here exclusively in its relation to the individual state, thought, citta, conceived as the faculty which gives form to ideas and which associates them one with another, and finally, individual consciousness, ahankara. These are the faculties which we have already studied in detail. Each organ and each faculty of every individual belonging to the domain in question, that is to say to the corporeal world, proceeds respectively from its corresponding organ or faculty in Vaishvānara. Of this organ and faculty, it is in a certain sense one of the constituent elements, in the same way that the individual to which it belongs is an element of the cosmic whole, in which for its part and in the place allotted to it, from the fact that it is that individual being and not another, it contributes of necessity toward making up the total harmony. The waking state in which the activity of the organs and faculties in question is exercised is described as the first of the conditions of Ātmā, although the gross or corporeal modality to which it corresponds occupies the lowest degree in the order of development, prapancha, of manifestation, starting from its primordial and unmanifested principle. It marks indeed the limit of that development, at least in relation to the state of existence in which human individuality is situated. The reason for this apparent anomaly has already been explained. It is in this corporeal modality that we find the basis and point of departure, firstly of individual realization, that is to say of the full realization of the individuality in its integral extension, and afterwards of all further realization which lies beyond the individual possibilities, and implies the taking possession by the being of its higher states. Consequently, if instead of placing oneself at the point of view of the development of manifestation, one places oneself, as we are doing at present, at the point of view of this realization with its various degrees, the order of which necessarily proceeds in the contrary direction, from the manifested to the unmanifested, then in that case the waking state must clearly be looked upon as in fact preceding the states of dreaming and deep sleep, which correspond respectively to the extracorporeal modalities of the individuality and to the supra-individual states of the being. Chapter 13, the dream state or condition of Taijasa. The second condition is Taijasa, the luminous, a word derived from Tejas, the igneous element whose seat is in the dream state, svapna sthana, which has knowledge of inward mental objects, which has 7 members and 19 mouths, and whose domain is the world of subtle manifestation. In this state, the outward faculties, while existing all the time potentially, are reabsorbed into the inward sense, manas, which is at the same time their common source, their support, and their immediate end, and which resides in the luminous arteries, nadis, of the subtle form, where it is distributed without any division of its nature in the manner of a diffused heat. The igneous element in itself, considered in its essential properties, is indeed at one and the same time light and heat, and as the very name Taijasa applied to the subtle state indicates, these two aspects, suitably transposed, since there is no longer any question here of sensible qualities, must be found in that state also. As we have already had occasion to remark elsewhere, everything belonging to the subtle state is very closely connected with the nature of life itself. which is inseparable from heat. And it may be recalled that on this point, as on many others, the conceptions of Aristotle are in complete agreement with those of the East. As for the luminosity to which we have just alluded, it should be regarded as the reflection and diffraction of the intelligible light in the extrasensible modalities of formal manifestation, among which, however, it is only necessary in the present instance to consider those relating to the human state. Furthermore, the subtle form itself, Sukshma Sharira or Liga Sharira, in which Taijasa dwells, is likened to a fiery vehicle, although this must of course be distinguished from corporeal fire, the element Tejas, or that which derives from it, which is perceived by the senses of the gross form, Stula Sharira, vehicle of Vaishvānara, and more particularly by sight, since visibility, necessarily presupposing the presence of light, is the sensible quality naturally belonging to Tejas. In the subtle state, however, there can no longer be any question of bhutas, but only of the corresponding tanmatras, which are their immediate determining principles. As to the nadis or arteries belonging to the subtle form, they should on no account be confused with the corporeal arteries by means of which the circulation of the blood is effected. Physiologically, they correspond rather to the ramifications of the nervous system, for they are expressly described as luminous. Moreover, just as fire is in a sense polarized into heat and light, so the subtle state is linked to the corporeal state in two different and complementary ways, through the blood as to the caloric and through the nervous system as to the luminous quality. At the same time, it must be clearly understood that between the nadis and the nerves there is correspondence only and not identification, since the former are not corporeal, and we are really concerned with two different spheres within the integral individuality. Similarly, when a relationship is established between the functions of these nadis and respiration, because respiration is essential for maintaining life and corresponds in a real way to the principal vital act, it should not be concluded on that account that they can be represented as canals of some sort in which the air circulates. This would amount to confusing the vital breath, prana, which properly belongs to the order of subtle manifestation, with a bodily function. It is sometimes said that the total number of nadis is 72,000. According to other texts, however, it is given as 720 million. But the difference here is more apparent than real, since these numbers are meant to be taken symbolically and not literally, as is usual in such cases. And this will be apparent if one observes their obvious connection with the cyclic numbers. Further on, we shall have occasion to supplement our remarks upon the subject of the subtle arteries, as well as on the different stages in the process of reabsorption of the individual faculties. As we have said, this reabsorption is effected in an order inverse to the development of those same faculties. In the dream state, the individual living soul, Jivatma, is to itself its own light, and it produces, through the action of its own desire, kama alone, a world issuing entirely from itself, in which the objects consist exclusively of mental conceptions, that is to say, of combinations of ideas clothed in subtle forms, depending substantially upon the subtle form of the individual himself, of which they are merely so many secondary and accidental modifications. There is, however, always something incomplete and uncoordinated about this production. It is for this reason that it is looked upon as illusory, maya, or as only possessing an apparent pratibhasika existence, whereas in the sensible world where it is situated in the waking state, the same living soul possesses the faculty of acting in the sense of a practical vyavaharika production, also illusory, no doubt, with regard to absolute paramartha, reality, and transitory like all manifestation, yet nevertheless possessing a relative reality and a stability sufficient for the needs of ordinary profane life, laukika, a word derived from loka, the world, which should here be taken in a sense exactly equivalent to that which it normally bears in the Gospels. However, it is important to observe that this difference respecting the orientation of the activity of the being in the two states does not imply an effective superiority of the waking state over the dream state when each is considered in itself, or at least a superiority which is valid only from a profane point of view cannot metaphysically be considered as a real superiority. And indeed, from another point of view, the possibilities of the dream state are more extensive than those of the waking state, since they allow the individual to escape in a certain measure from some of the limiting conditions to which he is subject in the corporeal modality. But however that may be, the absolutely real Paramarthika is the self, Ātmā, alone. It is utterly unattainable by any conception that confines itself to the consideration of external and internal objects, knowledge of which constitutes respectively the waking and dream states. Certain heterodox schools, which did in fact restrict their attention in this way to the aggregate of these two states, thereby condemned themselves to remain wholly enclosed within the limits of formal manifestation and the human individuality. By reason of its connection with the mental faculty, the realm of subtle manifestation can be described as an ideal world, to distinguish it from the sensible world, which is the realm of gross manifestation. This term, however, should not be taken in the sense of Plato's intelligible world, since his ideas are possibilities in the principial state, which must be referred to formless being, in spite of the over-imaginative expressions in which Plato often enveloped his thoughts. In the subtle state, we are still only concerned with ideas clothed in forms, since the possibilities which this state comprises do not extend beyond individual existence. Above all, it is important not to be misled into imagining an opposition here of the kind which certain modern philosophers claim to establish between ideal and real. Such an opposition is really quite meaningless. Everything that is, under whatever mode it may happen to exist, is real for that very reason, and possesses precisely the type and degree of reality consonant with its own nature, something consisting in ideas, and that is all the meaning properly attributable to the word ideal, is neither more nor less real on that account than something consisting in anything else, each possibility necessarily finding its position at that level in the universal hierarchy determined for it by its own nature. In the order of universal manifestation, just as the sensible world in its entirety is identified with Viraj, so this ideal world of which we have been speaking is identified with Hiranyagarbha, literally the golden embryo, which is Brahma, determination of Brahma as effect, Karya, enveloping himself in the world egg, Brahmanda, out of which there will develop, according to its mode of realization, the whole formal manifestation which is contained therein virtually as a conception of this Hiranyagarbha, primordial germ of the cosmic light. Furthermore, Hiranyagarbha is described as the synthetic aggregate of life, Jivagana. Indeed, it can really be identified with universal life by reason of the previously mentioned connection between the subtle state and life, which even when considered in its entire extension and not limited to organic or corporeal life only, to which field the physiological point of view is restricted, is nevertheless but one of the special conditions of the state of existence to which human individuality belongs. The sphere of life, therefore, does not extend beyond the possibilities comprised within that state, which, be it understood, should here be viewed integrally and taken as including the subtle modalities as well as the gross modality. Whether one places oneself at the macrocosmic point of view, as we have just done, or at the microcosmic point of view, which we adopted to begin with, the ideal world in question is conceived by faculties corresponding analogically to those by which the sensible world is perceived, or if it be preferred, which are the same faculties as these in principle, since they are still individual faculties, but considered under another mode of existence and at another degree of development, their activity being exercised in a different realm. This explains how Ātmā in this dream state, that is to say, under the aspect of Taijasa, comes to have the same number of members and mouths, or instruments of knowledge, as in the waking state under the aspect of Vaishvānara. There is no necessity to enumerate them a second time, since the definitions we have already given can be applied equally, by means of a suitable transposition, to the two realms of gross or sensible manifestation and subtle or ideal manifestation. Chapter 14. The state of deep sleep or condition of Prājña. When the being who is asleep experiences no desire and is not the subject of any dream, his state is that of deep sleep, Sushuptasthana. He, that is to say, Ātmā itself in this condition, who in this state has become one without any distinction or differentiation, who has identified himself with a synthetic whole, unique and without particular determination, of integral knowledge, Prajñana Gana, who is filled by inmost penetration and assimilation with beatitude, Anandamaya, actually enjoying that beatitude, Ananda, as his own realm, and whose mouth, the instrument of knowledge, is exclusively total consciousness, Chit itself. without intermediary or particularization of any sort, that one is called Prājña, he who knows above and beyond any special condition. This is the third condition. As will at once be apparent, the vehicle of Ātmā in this state is the Karana Sharira, since this is Anandamaya Kosha, and although it is spoken of analogically as a vehicle or an envelope, it is not really something distinct from Ātmā itself, since here we are beyond the sphere of distinction. Beatitude is made up of all the possibilities of Ātmā. It is, one might say, the sum itself of these possibilities, and if Ātmā, as Prājña, enjoys this beatitude as its rightful kingdom, that is because it is really nothing else than the plenitude of its being, as we have already pointed out. This is essentially a formless and supra-individual state. It cannot therefore have anything to do with a psychic or psychological state, as certain Orientalists have supposed. The psychic, properly speaking, is in fact the subtle state, and in making this assimilation we take the word psychic in its primitive sense, as used by the ancients, without concerning ourselves with the various far more specialized meanings which have been attached to it in later times, whereby it cannot be made to apply even to the whole of the subtle state. As for modern Western psychology, it deals only with a quite restricted portion of the human individuality, where the mental faculty is in direct relationship with the corporeal modality, and given the methods it employs, it is incapable of going any further. In any case, the very objective which it sets before itself, and which is exclusively the study of mental phenomena, limits it strictly to the realm of the individuality, so that the state which we are now discussing necessarily eludes its investigations. Indeed, it might even be said that that state is doubly inaccessible to it, in the first place because it lies beyond the mental sphere or the sphere of discursive and differentiated thought, and in the second place because it lies equally beyond all phenomena of any kind, that is to say, beyond all formal manifestation. This state of indifferentiation, in which all knowledge, including that of the other states, is synthetically centralized in the essential and fundamental unity of the being, is the unmanifested and non-developed avyakta state, principle and cause, karana, of all manifestation, and the source from which manifestation is developed in the multiplicity of its different states, and more particularly, as concerns the human being, in its subtle and gross states. This unmanifested state, conceived as root of the manifested, vyakta, which is only its effect, karya, is identified in this respect with mula prakriti, primordial nature, but in reality it is Purusha as well as Prakriti, containing them both in its own indifferentiation, for it is cause in the complete sense of the word, that is to say, both at one and the same time efficient cause and material cause, to use the ordinary terminology, to which, however, we much prefer the expressions essential cause and substantial cause, since these two complementary aspects of causality do in fact relate respectively to essence and to substance, in the sense we have previously given to those words. If Ātmā in this third state is thus beyond the distinction of Purusha and Prakriti, or of the two poles of manifestation, that is simply because it is no longer situated within conditioned existence, but actually at the level of pure being. Nevertheless, Purusha and Prakriti, which are themselves still unmanifested, should be included within it. And this is even in a sense true, as we shall see later on, of the formless states of manifestation as well, which it has already been necessary to attach to the universal, since they are really supra-individual states of the being. Moreover, it has to be remembered that all manifested states are contained, synthetically and in principle, within unmanifested being. In this state, the different objects of manifestation, including those of individual manifestation, external as well as internal, are not destroyed, but subsist in principial mode, being unified by the very fact that they are no longer conceived under the secondary or contingent aspect of distinction. Of necessity, they find themselves among the possibilities of the self, and the latter remains conscious in itself of all these possibilities, as non-distinctively beheld in integral knowledge, from the very fact of being conscious of its own permanence in the eternal present. Were it otherwise, and were the objects of manifestation not thus to subsist principially, a supposition impossible in itself, however, because these objects would then be but a pure nothing, which could not exist at all, not even in illusory mode. There could be no return from the state of deep sleep to the states of dreaming and waking, since all formal manifestation would be irremediably destroyed for the being once it had entered deep sleep. But such a return is, on the contrary, always possible and does in fact take place, at least for the being who is not actually delivered. That is to say, definitely freed from the conditions of individual existence. The term chit, unlike its previously mentioned derivative chitta, must not be understood in the restricted sense of individual and formal thought. This restrictive determination, which implies a modification by reflection, being marked in the derivative by the suffix kt, which is the termination of the passive participle, but in the universal sense, as the total consciousness of the self, looked at in its relationship with its unique object, which is ananda or beatitude. This object, while constituting in a certain sense an envelope of the self, anandamaya kosha, as we have already explained, is identical with the subject itself, which is sat or pure being and is not really distinct from it, as indeed it could not be once there is no longer any real distinction. Thus these three, sat, chit, and ananda, generally united as Satchidananda, are but one single and identical entity. And this one is Ātmā, considered outside and beyond all the particular conditions which determine each of its various states of manifestation. In this state, which is also sometimes called by the name of samprasada or serenity, the intelligible light is seized directly, that is to say by intellectual intuition, and no longer by reflection through the mental faculty manas, as occurs in the individual states. We have previously applied this expression intellectual intuition to Buddhi, faculty of supra-rational and supra-individual knowledge, although already manifested. In this respect, therefore, Buddhi must in a way be included in the state of Praඥa, which thus will comprise everything which is beyond individual existence. We have therefore to consider a new ternary group in being constituted by Purusha, Prakriti, and Buddhi, that is to say, by the two poles of manifestation, essence, and substance, and by the first production of Prakriti under the influence of Purusha, this production being formless manifestation. Moreover, it must be added that this ternary group only represents what might be called the outwardness of being and does not therefore coincide in any way with the other principial group we have just described and which refers really to its inwardness. It would amount rather to a first particularization of being in distinctive mode. It goes without saying, of course, that in speaking here of outward and inward, we are using a purely analogical language based upon a spatial symbolism which could not apply literally to pure being. Furthermore, the ternary group Satchidananda, which is coextensive with being, is transposed again in the order of formless manifestation into the ternary group distinguishable in Buddhi, of which we have already spoken. The Matsya Purana, which we then quoted, declares that in the universal, Mahat or Buddhi is Ishvara, and Prājña is also Ishvara, to whom the Karana Sharira properly belongs. It can also be said that the Trimurti or triple manifestation is only the outwardness of Ishvara. In himself, the latter is independent of all manifestation, of which he is the principle, since he is being itself. And everything that is said of Ishvara, as well in himself as in relation to manifestation, can be said equally of Prājña, which is identified with him. Thus, apart from the special viewpoint of manifestation and of the various conditioned states which depend upon it within that manifestation, the intellect is not different from Ātmā, since the latter must be considered as knowing itself by itself. For there is then no longer any reality which is really distinct from it, everything being comprised within its own possibilities, and it is in that knowledge of the self that beatitude, strictly speaking, resides. This one, Prājña, is the Lord, Ishvara, of all, Sarva, a term which here implies, in its universal extension, the aggregate of the three worlds, that is to say, of all the states of manifestation comprised synthetically in their principle. He is omnipresent, since all is present to him in integral knowledge, and he knows directly all effects in the principial total cause, which is in no way distinct from him. He is the inward governor, Antaryami, who, residing at the very center of the being, regulates and controls all the faculties corresponding to the being's various states, while himself remaining actionless in the fullness of his principial activity. He is the source, yoni, matrix, or primordial root at the same time as principle or first cause of all that exists under any mode whatever. He is the origin, prabhava, by his expansion in the indefinite multitude of his possibilities. And the end, apyaya, by his return into the unity of himself, of the universality of beings, being himself, universal being. This one, Prājña, is the Lord Ishvara of all, Sarva, a term which here implies in its universal extension the aggregate of the three worlds, that is to say, of all the states of manifestation comprised synthetically in their principle. He is omnipresent, since all is present to him in integral knowledge, and he knows directly all effects in the principial total cause, which is in no way distinct from him. He is the inward governor, Antaryami, who, residing at the very center of the being, regulates and controls all the faculties corresponding to the being's various states, while himself remaining actionless in the fullness of his principial activity. He is the source, yoni, matrix, or primordial root, at the same time as principle or first cause of all that exists under any mode whatever. He is the origin, prabhava, by his expansion in the indefinite multitude of his possibilities, and the end, apyaya, by his return into the unity of himself, of the universality of beings, being himself universal being. Chapter 15, the unconditioned state of Ātmā. Waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and that which is beyond, such are the four states of Ātmā. The greatest, Mahatara, is the fourth, Turiya. In the first three, Brahma dwells with one of its feet. It has 3 feet in the last. Thus, the proportions previously established from one point of view are found reversed from another point of view. Of the 4 feet, padas, of Ātmā, the first 3, when the states of Ātmā are considered distinctively, only have the importance of one from the metaphysical viewpoint, and from that same viewpoint, the last is 3 in itself. If Brahma were not without parts, akhanda, it might be said that only a quarter of it is in being, including therewith universal manifestation, of which it is the principle, while its 3 other quarters are outside being. These 3 other quarters may be regarded in the following manner. 1, the totality of the possibilities of manifestation, insofar as they are not manifested, subsisting therefore in an absolutely permanent and unconditioned state, like everything belonging to the fourth. Insofar as they are manifested, they belong to the first 2 states. As manifestable, they belong to the third state, principial in relation to the 2 former. 2, the totality of the possibilities of non-manifestation, of which, moreover, we only speak in the plural by analogy, for they are obviously beyond multiplicity and even beyond unity. 3, and lastly, the supreme principle of both, which is universal possibility, total, infinite, and absolute. The sages think that the fourth, Chaturtha, which knows neither internal nor external objects in a distinctive or analytical sense, nor the former and the latter taken together, regarded synthetically and in principle, and which is not even a synthetic whole of integral knowledge, being neither knowing nor not knowing, is invisible, adrishta, and indeed non-perceptible by any faculty at all, actionless, avyavaharya, in its changeless identity, incomprehensible, agrahya, since it comprehends all, indefinable, alakshana, since it is without any limit, unthinkable, akintya, since it cannot be clothed in any form, indescribable, avyapadeshya, since it cannot be qualified by any particular attribute or determination, the unique fundamental essence, pratyayasara, of the self, Ātmā, present in all the states, without any trace of the development of manifestation, prapancha upashama, and consequently absolutely and totally free from the special conditions of any mode of existence whatever, fullness of peace and beatitude, without duality. It is Ātmā itself, outside of and independently of any condition, thus it must be known. It will be noticed that everything concerning this unconditioned state of Ātmā is expressed under a negative form. It is easy to understand why this must be so, since in language every direct affirmation is necessarily particular and determinate, the affirmation of something which excludes something else and which thereby limits the object so affirmed. Every determination is a limitation, that is to say, a negation. Consequently, it is the negation of a determination which is a true affirmation, and the apparently negative terms which we find here are, in their real sense, preeminently affirmative. So also the word infinite, which has a similar form, expresses in reality the negation of all limit. It is therefore the equivalent of total and absolute affirmation, which comprises or embraces all particular affirmations, but which is not any one affirmation to the exclusion of others, precisely because it implies them all equally and non-distinctively. And it is in this manner that universal possibility contains absolutely all possibilities. Everything that can be expressed by means of an affirmative form belongs of necessity to the realm of being, since this is itself the first affirmation or the first determination, that from which all others proceed, just as unity is the first of numbers, whence all others are derived. But here we are no longer in unity, but in non-duality. Or in other words, we are beyond being for the reason that we are beyond all determination, even principial. In itself, then, Ātmā is neither manifested vyakta nor unmanifested avyakta, at least when one only regards the unmanifested as the immediate principle of the manifested, which refers to the state of Prājña. But it is the principle both of the manifested and the unmanifested, although this supreme principle can also be said to be unmanifested in a higher sense, if only thereby to proclaim its absolute changelessness and the impossibility characterizing it by any positive attribution whatsoever. It, the supreme Brahma, with which unconditioned Ātmā is identical, the eye does not attain to, nor speech, nor the mind. We do not recognize it as comprehensible by aught other than itself, and it is for this reason that we do not know how to expound its nature by means of any sort of description. It is superior to what is known distinctively, or superior to the manifested universe, and it is even beyond what is not known distinctively, or beyond the unmanifested universe, one with pure being. Such is the teaching that we have received from the wise men of former times. It should be realized that that which is not manifested by speech, nor by anything else, but by which speech is manifested as well as everything else, is Brahma, in its infinity, and not what is looked upon as an object of meditation as this, an individual being or a manifested world, according as the point of view refers to the microcosm or the macrocosm, or that Ishvara or universal being itself, outside all individualization and all manifestation. Shankaracharya adds the following commentary to this passage. A disciple who has attentively followed the exposition of the nature of Brahma must be led to suppose that he knows Brahma perfectly, at least in theory. But in spite of his apparent justification for thinking so, this is nevertheless an erroneous opinion. In actual fact, the well-established meaning of every text concerning the Vedanta is that the self of every being who possesses knowledge is identical with Brahma, since through that very knowledge the supreme identity is realized. Now, a distinct and definite knowledge is possible in respect of everything capable of becoming an object of knowledge, but it is not possible in the case of that which cannot become such an object. That is Brahma, for it is the total knower, and the knower can know other things, encompassing them all within its infinite comprehension, which is identical with universal possibility, but cannot make itself the object of its own knowledge, for in its identity, which is not the result of any identification, one cannot even make the principial distinction, as in the condition of Prājña, between a subject and an object which are nevertheless the same, and it cannot cease to be itself all-knowing in order to become all-known, which would be another itself, in the same way that fire can burn other things but cannot burn itself, its essential nature being indivisible, just as, analogically, Brahma is without duality. Neither can it be said that Brahma is able to become an object of knowledge for anything other than itself, since outside itself there is nothing which can possess knowledge, all knowledge, even relative, being but a participation in absolute and supreme knowledge. Hence it is said in the succeeding passage of the text, if you think that you know Brahma well, what you know of its nature is in reality but little. For this reason, Brahma should be still more attentively considered by you. The reply is as follows. I do not think that I know it. By that I mean to say that I do not know it well distinctively, as I should know an object capable of being described or defined. Nevertheless, I know it, according to the instruction I have received concerning its nature. Whoever among us understands the following words in their true meaning, I do not know it, and yet I know it. Verily, that man knows it. He who thinks that Brahma is not comprehended by any faculty, by him Brahma is comprehended, for by the knowledge of Brahma he has become really and effectively identical with Brahma itself. But he who thinks that Brahma is comprehended by some sensible or mental faculty knows it not. Brahma in itself, in its incommunicable essence, is unknown to those who know it, after the manner of some object of knowledge, be it a particular being or universal being, and it is known to those who do not know it at all as this or that. Chapter 16. Symbolical representation of Ātmā and its conditions by the sacred monosyllable Om. The rest of the Mandukya Upanishad is concerned with the correspondence of the sacred monosyllable Om and its elements, matras, with Ātmā and its conditions, padas. It explains on the one hand the symbolical reasons for this correspondence, and on the other hand the effects of meditation bearing both on the symbol and on what it represents. That is to say, on Om and on Ātmā, the former playing the part of support for attaining to knowledge of the latter. We will now give the translation of this final portion of the text, but it will not be possible to accompany it with a complete commentary, as that would carry us too far from the subject of the present study. This Ātmā is represented by the supreme syllable Om, which is represented in its turn by letters, matras, in such a way that the conditions of Ātmā are the matras of Om, and conversely, the matras of Om are the conditions of Ātmā. These are A, U, and M. Vaishvānara, whose seat is in the waking state, is represented by A, the first matra, because it is the connection, apti, of all sounds, the primordial sound A, uttered by the organs of speech in their normal position, being as it were immanent in all the others, which are varied modifications of it and which are unified in it, just as Vaishvānara is present in all things in the sensible world, and establishes their unity, and also because it is the beginning, Adi, both of the alphabet and of the monosyllable Om, as Vaishvānara is the first of the conditions of Ātmā, and the basis starting from which metaphysical realization for the human being must be accomplished. He who knows this verily obtains the realization of all his desires, since through his identification with Vaishvānara, all sensible objects become dependent upon him and form an integral part of his own being, and he becomes the first in the realm of Vaishvānara or of Viraj, of which he makes himself the center by virtue of that very knowledge and by the identification it implies when once it is fully effective. Taijasa, the seat of which is in the dream state, is represented by U, the second matra, because it is the elevation utkārsha of sound from its first modality, just as the subtle state is in formal manifestation of a more exalted order than the gross state, and also because it participates in both, ubhaya, that is to say, alike by its nature and by its position. It is intermediate between the two extreme elements of the monosyllable Om, just as the dream state is intermediate sandhya between waking and deep sleep. He who knows this in truth advances along the path of knowledge by his identification with Hiranyagarbha, and being thus illumined, he is in harmony, samana, with all things, for he beholds the manifested universe as the product of his own knowledge, which cannot be separated from him, and none of his descendants, in the sense of spiritual posterity, will be ignorant of Brahma. Prājña, the seat of which is in the state of deep sleep, is represented by M, the third matra, because it is the measure, miti, of the two other matras, as in a mathematical ratio the denominator is the measure of the numerator, as well as because it is the end of the monosyllable Om, considered as containing the synthesis of all sounds, in the same way that the unmanifested contains, synthetically and in principle, the whole of the manifested with its diverse possible modes. The latter can indeed be considered as returning into the unmanifested, from which it was never distinguished save in a contingent and transitory manner. The first cause is at the same time the final cause, and the end is necessarily identical with the principle. He who knows this is in truth the measure of this whole, that is to say, the aggregate of the three worlds or of the different degrees of universal existence, of which pure being is the determinant. And he becomes the final term of all things by concentration in his own self or personality, where all the states of manifestation of his being are rediscovered, transformed into permanent possibilities. The fourth is non-characterized, amatra, unconditioned therefore. It is actionless, avyavaharya, without any trace of the development of manifestation, prapancha upashama, abounding in bliss and without duality, shiva advaita, that is Omkara, the sacred monosyllable considered independently of its Vaishvānaras, that assuredly is Ātmā in itself, outside of and independently of any condition or determination whatever, even of the principial determination which is being itself. He who knows this enters verily into his own self by means of that same self, without intermediary of any order whatsoever, without the use of any instrument such as a faculty of knowing, which can only attain to a state of the self, and not to Paramatma, the supreme and absolute self. As for the effects which are to be obtained by means of meditation, upasana, upon the monosyllable Om, in each of its 3 Vaishvānaras to begin with, and afterward in itself and independently of its Vaishvānaras, we will only add that these effects correspond to the realization of different spiritual degrees, which may be described in the following manner. The first is the full development of the corporeal individuality. The second is the integral extension of the human individuality in its extracorporeal modalities. The third is the attainment of the supra-individual states of being. And finally, the fourth is the realization of the supreme identity. Chapter 17, The Posthumous Evolution of the Human Being. So far, we have been considering the constitution of the human being as well as its different states on the assumption that it subsists as a compound of the various elements that go to make up its nature, that is to say, during the continuance of its individual life. It is necessary to emphasize the fact that the states which properly belong to the individual as such, that is to say, not only the gross or corporeal state, as is obvious, but also the subtle state, provided, of course, that only the extracorporeal modalities of the integral human state are included in it, and not the other individual states of the being, are strictly and essentially states of the living man. This does not necessarily involve admitting that the subtle state comes to an end at the precise moment of bodily death, and simply as a result thereof. On the contrary, we shall see later on that a passage of the being into the subtle form takes place at that moment. But this passage is only a transitory phase in the reabsorption of the individual faculties from the manifested into the unmanifested, a phase the existence of which is quite naturally accounted for by the intermediate position occupied by the subtle state. It is, however, true that it may be necessary to envisage, in a particular sense and in certain cases at least, a prolongation and even an indefinite prolongation of the human individuality, which must needs be referred to the subtle, that is to say, to the extracorporeal modalities of that individuality. But such a prolongation is in no wise identical with the subtle state as it existed during earthly life. It must, in fact, be clearly understood that under the single heading of subtle state, we are obliged to include extremely varied and complex modalities, even though we confine our viewpoint to the realm of purely human possibilities only. It is for this reason that we have taken care from the very beginning to point out that the term subtle state should always be understood relatively to the corporeal state, taken as a starting point and term of comparison. It thereby acquires a precise meaning solely by contrast to the latter state, which, for its part, appears sufficiently well defined by the fact that it is the state in which we find ourselves at the present moment. Furthermore, it will have been observed that, among the 5 envelopes of the self, 3 are regarded as contributing to make up the subtle form, whereas one only corresponds to each of the other 2 conditioned states of Ātmā, in the one case because it really is only one particular and determinate modality of the individual, and in the other case because it is an essentially unified and non-distinguished state. And this is a further clear proof of the complexity of the state in which the self uses this form as its vehicle. And this complexity must always be borne in mind if one is to follow the description of the different aspects from which it can be envisaged. We have now to turn to the question of what is commonly called the posthumous evolution of the human being. That is to say, to the consideration of the consequences for that being of death, or, to explain more precisely what we mean by that term, of the dissolution of the compound which we have been discussing and which constitutes its actual individuality. It should be observed, moreover, that when this dissolution has taken place, there is, strictly speaking, no longer any human being left, since it is essentially this compound which constitutes the individual man. The sole case where it is still possible to call the being in a certain sense human arises when, after bodily death, it remains in one of those prolongations of the individuality to which we have already alluded. In that case, although the individuality is no longer complete from the standpoint of manifestation, since the corporeal state is henceforth lacking, the possibilities corresponding to it having completed the whole cycle of their development, nevertheless, certain of its psychic or subtle elements subsist without being dissociated, In all other cases, the being cannot any longer be called human, since it has passed out of the state to which that term applies and into another state, either individual or otherwise. Thus, the being which was formerly human has ceased to be so in order to become something else, in the same way that, through birth, it became human by passing from some other state into the state which we at present occupy. Besides, if birth and death are understood in their widest sense, that is to say, as changes of state, it becomes at once apparent that they are modifications which correspond analogically to one another, being the beginning and the end of a cycle of individual existence. And indeed, if one were to place oneself outside the special viewpoint of a given state in order to observe the interconnection of the different states with one another, it would be seen that they constitute strictly equivalent phenomena, death to one state being at the same time birth into another. In other words, the same modification is either death or birth according to the state or cycle of existence in relation to which it is considered, since it marks the exact point common to both states or the transition from one to the other. And what is here true for different states is also true, on a different plane, for the various modalities of a given state, where those modalities are regarded as constituting, in the development of their respective possibilities, so many secondary cycles which are integrated in the totality of a more comprehensive cycle. Finally, it is particularly important to add that specification, according to the sense in which we have already used the expression, that is to say, in the sense of attachment to a definite species such as the human species, which imposes certain general conditions upon a being, thus constituting its specific nature, is valid only within a given state and cannot be applied outside it. This must obviously be true, since the species is in no wise a transcendent principle in relation to this individual state, but pertains exclusively to the same domain, being itself subject to the limiting conditions which define that domain. For this reason, the being that has passed into a different state is no longer human, since it no longer belongs in any way to the human species. The expression posthumous evolution calls for certain reservations, since it is only too liable to give rise to a number of ambiguities. In the first place, death being conceived as the dissolution of the human compound, the word evolution clearly cannot be understood here in the sense of an individual development, since we are concerned, on the contrary, with a reabsorption of the individuality into the unmanifested state. This would amount rather to an involution from the particular point of view of the individual. Indeed, etymologically, these terms evolution and involution signify nothing more nor less than development and envelopment. But we are well aware that in modern language, the word evolution has acquired quite a different meaning, which has almost converted it into a synonym for progress. We have already had ample opportunities for expressing our views upon these quite recent ideals of progress and evolution, which, by expanding themselves beyond all measure, have had the effect of completely corrupting the present-day Western mentality. It would be pointless to repeat ourselves here. We will merely recall that progress can only validly be spoken of in quite a relative sense, care always being taken to define in what respect it is used and within what limits. Reduced to these proportions, it no longer retains anything in common with that absolute progress, which began to be spoken of toward the end of the 18th century, and which our contemporaries are pleased to adorn with the name of evolution, an expression that has a more scientific ring to their ears. Eastern thought, like ancient thought in the West, could not admit this notion of progress, except in the relative sense that we have just given to it, that is to say, as an idea of secondary importance, quite limited in scope and devoid of any metaphysical significance, since it belongs to that category of ideas which can only be applied to possibilities of a particular order, and is not transposable outside certain limits. The devolutionary point of view does not admit of universalization, and it is not possible to conceive of the real being as something which evolves between two definite points or which progresses, even indefinitely, in a fixed direction. Such conceptions are devoid of meaning and show complete ignorance of the most elementary metaphysical principles. At the most, one might speak in a particular sense of the evolution of the being in order to convey the idea of a passage to a higher state. But even then, it would be necessary to make a reservation preserving the full relativity of the term, since, as concerns the being regarded in itself and in its totality, there can never be any question either of evolution or of involution in any sense whatever. its essential identity being in no wise altered by particular and contingent modifications of any sort, which can only affect one or another of its conditioned states. A further reservation should be made with regard to the use of the word posthumous. It is only from the particular point of view of human individuality, and insofar as it is conditioned by time, that one can speak of what is produced after death, and likewise of what took place before birth, so long at least as it is intended to preserve for the words before and after the chronological meaning which they normally convey. In themselves, the states in question, if they exist outside the realm of human individuality, are in no wise temporal states, and consequently cannot be situated chronologically. This is true, moreover, even of those states which include among their conditions some other mode of duration, that is to say, of succession, once it is no longer temporal succession that is in question. As for the unmanifested state, it goes without saying that it lies quite outside all succession, so that the notions of anteriority and posteriority, even taken in the widest possible sense, cannot be applied to it in any way whatsoever. In this respect, it may be remarked that even during its lifetime, the being loses the notion of time when its consciousness has quit the individual realm, as occurs in deep sleep and in ecstatic trance. So long as it remains in either of these states, which are truly unmanifested, time no longer exists for it. Mention must still be made of the case where the posthumous state takes the form of a simple prolongation of the human individuality. This prolongation, it is true, may be situated in perpetuity, that is to say, in temporal indefinitude, or in other words, in a mode of succession which still belongs to time, since we are not concerned with a state subject to conditions other than our own. But the time in question no longer has anything in common with the time in which bodily existence is carried on. Furthermore, such a state is not among those which are of particular interest from the metaphysical point of view, since, on the contrary, from that point of view, it is the possibility of passing beyond individual conditions which must always be borne in mind, rather than the possibility of remaining in them indefinitely. If we feel obliged, however, to refer to that state, it is chiefly for the sake of taking into account all possible cases, and also because, as will be apparent later, this prolongation of human existence preserves for the being the possibility of obtaining deliverance without passing through other individual states. However that may be, leaving aside this last case, the following may be said. If non-human states are spoken of as situated before birth or after death, this is primarily because they appear so in relation to human individuality. But it is also most important to realize that it is not the individuality which enters these states, or which passes through them successively, since they are states which lie outside its sphere, and which do not concern it as an individuality. Furthermore, there is a sense in which the notions of anteriority and posteriority may be applied quite independently of the point of view of succession, temporal or otherwise. We are referring to that order at the same time logical and ontological, in which the various states are interconnected and determine one another. Thus, if one state is the consequence of another, it may be said to be posterior to it. In such a manner of speaking, use is being made of the temporal symbolism which serves to express the entire theory of cycles, although metaphysically it must always be remembered that there is perfect simultaneity between all the states, the point of view of actual succession being applicable only within a particular given state. The foregoing remarks have been made with a view to forestalling any tendencies to attribute to the expression posthumous evolution, where it is thought advisable to use it in the absence of a more adequate term, and in order to conform to certain habits of expression, an importance and a significance which it does not and could not really possess. We will now proceed to study those processes to which it relates, an understanding of which springs most immediately from all the foregoing considerations. The exposition which follows is taken from the Brahma Sutras and from their traditional commentary, and by that we especially have in mind the commentary of Shankaracharya. But we must point out that it is not a literal translation. Here and there we shall find it necessary to summarize the commentary and also to comment upon it in its turn, without which the summary would remain practically incomprehensible, as in fact very often happens where the interpretation of Eastern texts is concerned. Chapter 18, the reabsorption of the individual faculties. When a man is about to die, speech, followed by the remainder of the 10 external faculties, the 5 faculties of action and the 5 faculties of sensation, manifested outwardly by means of the corresponding organs, but not identical with those organs themselves since they separate from them at this stage, is reabsorbed into the inward sense, manas, the activity of the external organs coming to an end before that of this inward faculty, which is thus the final term of all the other individual faculties in question, just as it is their starting point and common source. This latter faculty thereupon withdraws in the same way into the vital breath, prana, accompanied in its turn by all the vital functions, the 5 Vāyus, which are modalities of prana, and thus return into an undifferentiated state, these functions being inseparable from life itself. Furthermore, this same retreat of the inward sense is also to be observed in deep sleep and in ecstatic trance, accompanied by complete cessation of every external manifestation of consciousness. We may add, however, that this cessation does not always necessarily imply total suspension of bodily sensibility, which constitutes a kind of organic consciousness, if one may describe it so. But under these circumstances, the individual consciousness, properly so called, will play no part in the manifestations of this sensibility, being no longer in communication with it as it normally is in the ordinary states of the living being. And the reason for this is easily understood, since in point of fact the individual consciousness no longer exists in the cases referred to, the real consciousness of the being having been transferred into a different state, which is really a supra-individual state. This organic consciousness to which we are alluding is not a consciousness in the true sense of the word, but it participates therein in some manner, owing its origin to the individual consciousness, of which it is a kind of reflection. Separated from the latter, it amounts to no more than a mere illusion of consciousness, but it can still present the appearance of consciousness to those who are only aware of externals, in the same way that after death, the persistence of certain more or less dissociated psychic elements, when they are able to manifest themselves, are able to present a similar and no less illusory appearance, as we have already explained in a different connection. The vital breath, accompanied similarly by all the other functions and faculties, already reabsorbed into it and subsisting there as possibilities only, having now reverted to the state of indifferentiation whence they had to go forth in order to manifest themselves effectively during life, retires in its turn into the living soul, Jīvan-Mukti, particular manifestation of the self, at the center of the human individuality, distinguishing itself from the self, so long as that individuality endures as such, although this distinction is in fact purely illusory from the standpoint of absolute reality, where there is nothing different from the self. And it is this living soul which, as the reflection of the self and central principle of the individuality, governs the whole body of individual faculties, regarded in their integrality and not merely in their relationship with the bodily modality. As a king's servants gather round him when he is about to go forth upon a journey, even so all the vital functions and faculties, external and internal, of the individual gather round the living soul, or rather within it, out of which they all issue and into which they are all reabsorbed at the final moment of life in the ordinary sense of the word. That is to say, of manifested existence in the gross state, when this living soul is about to retire from its bodily form. Accompanied thus by all its faculties, since it contains them and preserves them in itself as possibilities, it withdraws in an individual luminous essence, that is to say, in the subtle form, which is compared to a fiery vehicle, as we saw when studying Taijasa, the second condition of Ātmā, composed of the 5 tanmatras, or suprasensible elementary essences, just as the bodily form is composed of the 5 bhutas, or corporeal and sensible elements, into a subtle state, in contrast to the gross state, which is that of external or corporeal manifestation, and of which the cycle is now completed so far as concerns the individual in question. Consequently, by reason of this passage into the subtle form, looked upon as luminous, the vital breath is said to retire into the light, which does not mean to say the igneous principle exclusively, since we are really concerned with an individualized reflection of the intelligible light, that is to say, a reflection the nature of which is fundamentally the same as that of the mental faculty during corporeal life, and which moreover implies a combination of the essential principles of all five elements as its support or vehicle. Nor does this withdrawal necessarily imply an immediate transition, since a traveler is said to go from one city to another, even though he may pass successively through one or several intermediate cities. Furthermore, this withdrawal or this abandonment of the bodily form as described so far is common alike to the ignorant person, avidvan, and to the contemplative sage, vidvan, up to the point at which their respective and henceforth different paths branch, and immortality, amrita, but without immediate union with the supreme Brahma being thereupon attained, is the fruit of simple meditation, upasana, carried out during life without having been accompanied by any effective realization of the being's higher states, although the individual barriers resulting from ignorance, avidya, may not yet be completely destroyed. An important comment is called for here as to the sense in which the immortality in question is to be understood. We have in fact pointed out elsewhere that the Sanskrit word amrita applies exclusively to a state which is beyond all change, whereas by the corresponding word Westerners merely mean an extension of the possibilities of the human order, consisting in an indefinite prolongation of life, what the Far Eastern tradition calls longevity, under conditions which are to a certain degree transposed, but which always remain more or less similar to those of terrestrial existence, since they likewise concern the human individuality. Now, in the present instance, the state described is still an individual state, and nevertheless it is said that immortality can be obtained therein. This may appear inconsistent with what we have just remarked, since it might be supposed that relative immortality only is meant, understood according to the Western sense. Actually, however, that is not the case. It is indeed true that in order to be fully effective, immortality, in the metaphysical and Eastern sense, can only be obtained beyond all conditional states, individual and otherwise, in such a way that, being absolutely independent of any possible mode of succession, it is identical with eternity itself. It would thus amount to an abuse of language to make this word apply to temporal perpetuity, or to the indefinitude of any type of duration. But it is not in that sense that the expression is to be understood here. It must be realized that the idea of death is essentially synonymous with a change of state, which, as we have already remarked, is its widest acceptation. And when it is said that the being has virtually attained immortality, that is taken to mean that it will not need to pass through further conditioned states different from the human state, or to traverse other cycles of manifestation. This is not yet the deliverance actually realized, whereby immortality would be rendered effective, since the individual barriers, that is to say the limitative conditions to which the being is subject, are not entirely destroyed, but it implies the possibility of obtaining that deliverance directly from the human state, in the prolongation of which the being is maintained for the whole duration of the cycle to which that state belongs, which constitutes perpetuity properly so called. The being is thus enabled to take part in the final transformation, which will be accomplished when the cycle is completed, causing everything that is then contained within it to return to the principial state of non-manifestation. This is why the name deferred deliverance, or deliverance by degrees, Krama-Mukti, is given to this possibility, since in this manner deliverance is only obtained by means of intermediate stages, conditioned posthumous states, and not in a direct and immediate manner, as in other cases which we shall discuss later on. Chapter 19. Differences in the posthumous conditions according to the degrees of knowledge. So long as it is in this condition still individual, as has just been explained, the spirit which consequently is still Jivatma, of that person who has practiced meditation during his life without attaining effective possession of the higher states of his being, remains attached to the subtle form, which may also be regarded as the formal prototype of the individuality, subtle manifestation representing an intermediate stage between the unmanifested and the gross manifestation, and playing the part of immediate principle in relation to the latter. And it is associated in this subtle form with the vital faculties in the state of reabsorption or principial contraction which has already been described. It is admittedly necessary that there should still be a form in which the being can clothe itself, from the fact that its condition still belongs to the individual order, and this can only be the subtle form, since it has left the corporeal form, and since, moreover, the subtle form must subsist after the body, from having preceded it in the order of development in manifested mode, which is reproduced in inverse order in the return to the unmanifested. This does not, however, mean that this subtle form must in such a case be exactly the same as it was during bodily life, acting as the vehicle of the human being in the dream state. We have already remarked that the individual condition itself, in an altogether general way, and not merely as concerns the human state, can be defined as that condition in which the being is limited by a form. But it should be understood that this form is not necessarily determined as spatial and temporal, as is the case in the particular instance of the bodily state. It can in no wise be so in the non-human states, which are subject not to space and time, but to quite different conditions. As to the subtle form, if it does not altogether escape from time, although such time is not the same as that in which bodily existence is carried on, at least it escapes from space, and that is why one must on no account attempt to picture it as a kind of double of the body. Neither must it be looked upon as a mold for the body just because it is declared to be the formal prototype of the individuality at the origin of its manifestation. We know only too well the Westerner's tendency to resort to the grossest representations and how many serious errors can arise in this way, so that we feel it imperative to offer every possible warning. The being may remain thus in this same individual condition in which it is attached to the subtle form until the outward dissolution, praļya, the return into the undifferentiated state of the manifested worlds, of the actual cycle comprising both the gross and the subtle states, that is to say, the whole domain of human individuality regarded in its integrality, a dissolution in which it is plunged, together with the totality of the beings in those worlds, into the bosom of the supreme Brahma. But even then, it may be united with Brahma only in the same way as in deep sleep, that is to say, without full and effective realization of the supreme identity. In other words, and to use the language of certain Western esoteric schools, the case just referred to corresponds to a reintegration in passive mode, whereas genuine metaphysical realization is a reintegration in active mode, the only mode which really implies a taking possession by the being of its absolute and final state. This is precisely what is meant by the comparison with deep sleep, as it occurs in the life of the ordinary man. Just as there is a return from that state to the individual condition, even so there can be a return to another cycle of manifestation for the being who is only united with Brahma in passive mode, showing that the result obtained by the being while in the human state is not yet deliverance or true immortality, and that its case is in the final instance comparable, although with a notable difference as to the conditions of its new cycle, with that of the being who, instead of remaining until the praļya in the prolongations of the human state, has passed after bodily death into another individual state. Besides this case, there is also the case where the realization of higher states and even of the supreme identity, not having been obtained during life in the body, is achieved in the posthumous prolongations of the individuality. From being virtual, immortality then becomes effective, although this may not come about until the very end of the cycle. This is the deferred deliverance of which we have already spoken. In both cases, the being, which must be regarded as Jīvatma attached to the subtle form, finds itself for the whole duration of the cycle incorporated, so to speak, in Hiranyagarbha, which is considered as Jivagana, as we have already explained. It remains, therefore, subject to that special condition of existence, which is life, Jiva, by which the true sphere of Hiranyagarbha is delimited in the hierarchical order of existence. This subtle form in which the being, which thus remains in the human individual state, resides after death, is, in comparison with the bodily or gross form, imperceptible to the senses both as to its dimensions. That is to say, because it is outside the spatial condition, and as to its consistency, or its particular substance, which is not made up of a combination of corporeal elements. Consequently, it does not affect the perception or the external faculties of those who are present when it separates from the body after the living soul has withdrawn into it. Neither is it affected by combustion or any other treatment which the body may undergo after death, which is the result of this separation, from the very fact of which no action of a sensible order can have any further repercussion on this subtle form, nor upon the individual consciousness which, remaining attached thereto, is no longer connected with the body. It is only sensible through its animating heat, its specific quality insofar as it is assimilated to the igneous principle, so long as it inhabits the gross form, which becomes cold, and as a result inert as an organic whole, in death, as soon as it, the subtle form, has left it. Although the other sensible qualities of the corporeal form still subsist without any apparent change, and which was warmed and quickened by it so long as it dwelt there, since it is precisely in the subtle form that the principle of individual life resides, so that it is only through the communication of its properties that the body can also be described as alive, by reason of the tie which exists between these two forms, insofar as they are the expression of states of the same being, that is to say, precisely up to the moment of death. But he who has obtained, before death, always understood as separation from the body, true knowledge of Brahma, implying effective possession of all the states of the being through metaphysical realization, apart from which there can only be an imperfect and purely symbolical knowledge, does not pass, in successive mode, through all the same stages of withdrawal or of reabsorption of the individuality from the state of gross manifestation to the state of subtle manifestation, with the different modalities which this implies, and then to the unmanifested state, where individual conditions are at length entirely suppressed. He proceeds directly into this latter state, and even beyond it, if it is only regarded as the principle of manifestation, into union already realized, at least virtually during life in the body, with the supreme Brahma, with which he is identified in an immediate manner, just as a river, here representing the current of existence through all states and all manifestations, at its mouth, which is the end or final term of that current, becomes identified by intimate penetration with the waves of the sea, samudra, the gathering together of the waters, symbolizing the totalization of possibilities in the supreme principle. His vital faculties and the elements of which his body is composed, all considered in principle and in their suprasensible essence, the 16 component parts, Shodashakala, of the human form, that is to say, the 5 tanmatras, manas, and the 10 faculties of sensation and action, pass completely into the unmanifested state, avyakta, where, by transposition, they are all to be found in permanent mode as changeless possibilities. This passage, moreover, implying no change for the being itself, of the kind implied in the intermediate stages, which necessarily include a variety of modifications, since they still belong to becoming. Name and form, namarupa, namely the determination of the individual manifestation in its essence and its substance, as has been previously explained, also come to an end, as limiting conditions of the being and being undivided, without the parts or members, therefore, which compose the earthly form in the manifested state, and insofar as that form was subject to quantity in its various modes, he is set free from the conditions of individual existence, as well as from all other conditions applying to a special and determined state of existence of any sort, even a supra-individual state, since the being is henceforth in the absolutely unconditioned principial state. Several commentators of the Brahma Sutras. In order to bring out the nature of this transformation more vividly, we take the word in its strictly etymological sense, signifying passage outside form. Compare it to the disappearance of water sprinkled upon a burning hot stone. This water is in fact transformed on contact with the stone, at least in the relative sense that it has lost its visible form, though not all form, since it clearly continues to belong to the corporeal order, without, however, its being possible to say on that account that it has been absorbed by the stone, since, actually, it has evaporated into the atmosphere, where it remains in a state imperceptible to sight. Similarly, the being is in no wise absorbed on obtaining deliverance, although it may seem so from the point of view of manifestation, whence the transformation appears as a destruction. Viewed from the standpoint of absolute reality, which alone remains for it, the being is on the contrary dilated beyond all limit, if one may use such an expression, which exactly translates the symbolism of steam from water spreading itself indefinitely through the atmosphere, since it has effectively realized the fullness of its possibilities. Chapter 20, the Coronal Artery and the Solar Ray. We must now return to the examination of what happens to the being who, not being delivered at the precise moment of death, has to pass through a series of degrees, represented symbolically as the stages of a journey and forming so many intermediate but not conclusive states, which it is necessary to traverse before reaching the final goal. It should be remarked, moreover, that all these states, being still relative and conditioned, have no common measure with that state which alone is absolute and unconditioned. Therefore, no matter how exalted certain of them may be when compared with the bodily state, it would still seem that by obtaining them, the being is no nearer to its final objective, which is deliverance. And the whole of manifestation being strictly nil in comparison with the infinite, it is evident that the differences between the states which go to make up manifestation must likewise be nil in its presence, however considerable they may be in themselves. This holds good so long as the various conditioned states, which those differences separate one from another, are alone taken into account. However, it is nonetheless true that the passage to certain higher states constitutes, as it were, an advance toward deliverance. But in that case, it is gradual, Mukti, and may be compared to the use of certain appropriate means, such as those of Hatha Yoga, which are effective as a preparation, although there is certainly no possible comparison between these contingent means and the union, which it is intended to realize by using them as supports. But it must be clearly understood that deliverance, when realized, will always imply a discontinuity in relation to the state in which the being who obtains it finds himself, and that no matter what that state may be, this discontinuity will be of exactly the same order. Since in all cases between the state of the undelivered and that of the delivered being, there is no relationship such as exists between different conditioned states. The same is true even for states which are so far superior to the human state that, looked upon from the point of view of the latter, they might be taken for the goal toward which the being must ultimately tend. And this illusion is possible even with regard to states which are actually only modalities of the human state, although widely separated in every respect from the corporeal modality. It has seemed advisable to draw attention to this point in order to prevent any misunderstanding or erroneous interpretation before continuing our exposition of the posthumous modifications which the human being can undergo. The living soul, Jivatma, with the vital faculties reabsorbed into it and remaining there as possibilities, as has already been explained, having withdrawn into its own dwelling place, the center of the individuality, described symbolically as the heart, as we saw at the beginning, wherein it dwells by reason of its being, in essence and independently of its conditions of manifestation, really identical with Purusha, from which it is separated only in an illusory manner, the apex, that is to say, the most elevated portion of this subtle organ, pictured as an 8-petaled lotus, shines and illuminates the passage through which the soul must pass, to attain the various states about to be described, namely the crown of the head, if the individual is a sage, Vidvan, and another region of the organism corresponding physiologically to the solar plexus, if he is ignorant, Avidvan. 101 arteries, nadis, likewise subtle and luminous, issue from the vital center, as the spokes of a wheel issue from its hub, and one of these subtle arteries passes through the crown of the head, the region considered to correspond to the higher states of the being insofar as their possibilities of communication with the human individual are concerned, as was seen in the description of the members of Vaishvānara. It is called Sushumna. Besides this nadi, which occupies a central position, there are two others which play a particularly important part, notably as regards the correspondence in the subtle order with respiration and consequently in the practices of Hatha Yoga. The one, situated on its right, is called Pingala. The other, on its left, is called Ida. It is said furthermore that Pingala corresponds to the sun and Ida to the moon. Now we have seen above that the sun and the moon are described as the two eyes of Vaishvānara. These then are related respectively to the two nadis in question, while Sushumna, being in the center, is related to the third eye, that is to say, to the frontal eye of Shiva. But we can only point out these connections in passing, since they lie outside our present subject. By this passage, Sushumna and the crown of the head where it finishes, as a result of knowledge acquired and of consciousness of the meditated path, consciousness belonging essentially to an extratemporal order, since, even when viewed in the human state, it is a reflection of higher states, the soul of the sage, endowed by virtue of the psychical regeneration which has made of him a man twice born, Divija, with the spiritual grace, prasada, of Brahma, which resides in this vital center relatively to the human individual concerned, escapes, frees itself of every link with the bodily condition which may still exist, and enters a solar ray, that is to say, symbolically an emanation from the spiritual sun, which is Brahma itself, this time considered universally. This solar ray is nothing else than a particularization relatively to the being in question, or, if it be preferred, a polarization of the supra-individual principle Buddhi or Mahat, by which the multiple manifested states of the being are linked to one another and placed in communication with Ātmā, the transcendent personality, which is identical with the spiritual sun itself. It is along this route, described as the path of the solar ray, that it travels by night or by day, in winter or in summer. The contact of a ray of the spiritual sun with the sushumna is constant, so long as the body lasts, as a living organism and vehicle of the manifested being. The rays of the intelligible light emitted from this sun reach this subtle artery, and reciprocally, in reflected mode, extend from the artery to the sun as an indefinite prolongation by means of which communication, either virtual or effective, is established between the individuality and the universal. Everything that has just been said is completely independent of temporal circumstances and of all other similar contingencies which accompany death. That is not to say, however, that these circumstances are always devoid of any influence upon the posthumous condition of the being, but they have only to be considered in certain cases, which moreover we can but indicate here without further development. The preference for summer, as an example of which the case of Bhishma is cited, who waited for the return of this favorable season for his death, does not concern the sage who, in the contemplation of Brahma, has accomplished the rites relative to incantation as prescribed by the Veda, and who has consequently acquired, at least virtually, the perfection of divine knowledge. But it concerns those who have followed the observances taught by the Sankhya or the Yoga Shastra, in accordance with which the time of day and the season of the year are not matters of indifference, but have, for the liberation of the being leaving the bodily state after a preparation carried out in conformity with the methods referred to, an effective action as elements inherent to the rite, in which they intervene as conditions upon which the effects to be obtained depend. It goes without saying that in the latter case, the restriction referred to only applies to beings that have stopped short at the attainment of degrees of realization corresponding to extensions of the human individuality. For one that has effectively transcended the limits of individuality, the nature of the means employed at the starting point of realization could have no influence of any kind on its subsequent condition. Chapter 21, The Divine Journey of the Being on the Path of Liberation. The remainder of the symbolical journey to be carried out during the process of gradual liberation, starting from the end of the coronal artery, sushumna, and proceeding in constant communication with a ray of the spiritual sun up to the final destination of the being, is effected by following the way marked by the path of this ray and retracing it, according to its reflected direction, back to its source, which is identical with that very destination itself. When we remember, however, that a description of this sort can apply to the posthumous states to be passed through successively, both by those beings who obtain deliverance on leaving the human state, and also by those who, after the reabsorption of the human individuality, will be required, on the contrary, to pass into other states of individual manifestation, it will be evident that there must be two different itineraries corresponding to these two different cases. It is said, in fact, that the former follow the path of the gods, Devayana, whilst the latter follow the path of the ancestors, Pitriyana. These two symbolical itineraries are summarized in the following passage from the Bhagavad Gita. At what time those who tend toward union without having effectively realized it quit manifested existence, either never to return or destined to return to it, I will teach thee, O Bharata. Fire, light, daytime, waxing moon, the half year when the sun ascends toward the north, it is under these luminous signs that those go to Brahma who know Brahma. Smoke, night, waning moon, the half year when the sun descends toward the south, it is under these shadowy signs that their pass to the sphere of the moon literally attain the lunar light. Those who later will return to fresh states of manifestation. These are the two permanent paths of the manifested world, Jagat, the one bright, the other dim. By the one they go to return no more, from the unmanifested to the manifested. By the other they go to return again into manifestation. The same symbolism is expounded in greater detail in various passages of the Veda. To deal first with the Pitrayana, we will confine ourselves to remarking that it does not lead beyond the sphere of the moon. It follows that on that path the being is not set free from form, that is to say, from the individual condition understood in its most general sense, since, as we have already remarked, it is precisely form which defines individuality as such. According to certain parallels which we have pointed out before, this sphere of the moon represents the cosmic memory. It is on this account that it is the appointed abode of the Pitris, that is to say, of the beings belonging to the preceding cycle, who are regarded as the generators of the actual cycle, owing to that causal sequence of which the succession of cycles is but the symbol. This is the origin of the term Pitrayana, while Devayana naturally indicates the path leading to the higher states of the being, toward assimilation, therefore, with the very essence of the intelligible light. It is in the sphere of the moon that forms which have completed the full course of their development are dissolved, and it is there also that are preserved the germs of forms as yet undeveloped, since in the case of form, as of everything else, the starting point and the finishing point are necessarily to be found in the same order of existence. For a further development of this subject, it would be necessary to deal explicitly with the theory of cycles. Here, however, it is sufficient to recall that each cycle being in reality a state of existence, the old form left off by a being not yet set free from individuality, and the new form which it puts on necessarily belong to two different states, the passage from the one to the other taking place in the sphere of the moon, where the point common to both cycles is situated, since no being of any kind can pass through the same state twice, as we have explained elsewhere when pointing out the ineptitude of the reincarnationist theories invented by certain modern Westerners. We shall dwell at rather greater length upon the Devayana, which is concerned with the effective identification of the center of the individuality, where all the faculties have previously been reabsorbed into the living soul, Jivatma, with the very center of the entire being, dwelling place of the universal Brahma. We must again point out that the process in question only applies, therefore, in the case where that identification has not been realized during earthly life nor at the moment of death. Once it has been achieved, there is in fact no longer any living soul distinct from the self, since the being is from that moment quit of the individual condition. That distinction which never existed save in illusory mode, the illusion being inherent to the condition itself, ceases for the being from the moment it attains absolute reality. The individuality disappears together with all limiting and contingent determinations, and the personality alone remains in its fullness, containing all its possibilities in their permanent unmanifested state, principially within itself. According to the Vedic symbolism as found in various texts of the Upanishads, the being which follows the Devayana, after having left the earth, Bhu, that is to say the corporeal world or the sphere of gross manifestation, is first conducted to the light, Archis, by which is meant here the realm of fire, Taijasa, the ruler of which is Agni, also called Vaishvānara in a special signification of that name. It must be carefully noticed, moreover, that when we meet with the names of elements in the enumeration of these successive stages, this can only be in a symbolical sense, since all the bhutas properly belong to the corporeal world, which is here represented in its entirety by the earth, which as element is Prithvi. In reality, then, the reference is to different modalities of the subtle state. From the realm of fire, the being is led to the different kingdoms of the rulers, devatas, deities, or distributors of the day, of the bright half of the lunation, waxing period or first half of the lunar month, of the 6 months when the sun is climbing northward, and finally of the year, all of which is to be taken as referring to the correspondences of these divisions of time, the moments spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita, analogically transposed into the extracorporeal prolongations of the human state, and not as referring to these divisions themselves, which are literally applicable to the corporeal state only. Thence it passes to the realm of air, Vāyu, the ruler of which, called by the same name, directs it toward the sphere of the sun, Surya or Aditya, and emerges from the upper limit of his kingdom through a passage likened to the nave of a chariot wheel. That is to say, to a fixed axis around which the rotation or mutation of all contingent things takes place. It should not be forgotten that Vayu is essentially the moving principle, a mutation from which the being will henceforth escape. It passes next into the sphere of the moon, Chandra or Soma, where, however, it does not remain like those following the Pitriyana, but whence it mounts to the region of the lightning, Vidyut, above which is the realm of water, Ap, the ruler of which is Varuna, as analogically the lightning flashes beneath the rain clouds. The reference here is to the higher or celestial waters, representing the totality of formless possibilities, as opposed to the lower waters, which represent the totality of formal possibilities. There can be no further concern with the latter when once the being has transcended the sphere of the moon, since, as we remarked above, that is the cosmic region where the germs of the whole of formal manifestation are elaborated. Lastly, the remainder of the journey is carried out through the intermediate luminous region, Antariksha, which has been mentioned already, though with a somewhat different application in the description of the 7 members of Vaishvānara, which is the realm of Indra occupied by ether, Akasha, here representing the primordial state of undifferentiated equilibrium, up to the spiritual center where Prajapati, Lord of produced beings, resides, who, as has already been pointed out, is the principal manifestation and direct expression of Brahma itself in relation to the whole cycle or degree of existence to which the human state belongs. It is still necessary to take this state into account, although in principle only, since it is the one from which the being sets forth. For even though it has been set free from form and individuality, it still retains certain ties with that state so long as it has not attained the absolutely unconditioned state, that is to say, so long as deliverance is not fully actualized for it. In the various texts where the divine journey is described, certain variations are to be met with affecting the number and the order of enumeration of the intermediate stations, but they are of slight importance and more apparent than real. The foregoing account, however, is the result of a general comparison of these texts, and can thus be regarded as a faithful expression of the traditional doctrine upon this question. Besides, it is not our intention to embark upon a more detailed explanation of all this symbolism, which will be, on the whole, clear enough as it stands to anyone who has some little familiarity with Eastern conceptions, we might even say with traditional conceptions in general, and their usual modes of expression. Moreover, its interpretation will be facilitated by all the illustrations we have already given, among which a considerable number of those analogical transpositions will have been met with, such as form the basis of all symbolism. There is one point, however, which must be emphasized once again, even at the risk of repetition, because it is absolutely essential for the understanding of these matters. It must be clearly understood that when mention is made, for example, of the spheres of the sun and of the moon, it is never the sun and the moon as visible bodies, belonging purely to the corporeal realm, that are referred to, but rather the universal principles which these bodies represent after their own fashion in the sensible world, including in certain cases the manifestations of these principles in different orders, in virtue of the analogical correspondences which interconnect all the states of the being. Indeed, the different worlds, locus, planetary spheres, and elementary realms, which are symbolically described as so many regions, only symbolically, however, since the being that journeys through them is no longer subject to space, are in reality but different states. This spatial symbolism, like the temporal symbolism which so often serves to express the theory of cycles, is natural enough and in sufficiently general use as to be unlikely to confuse any, save those who are incapable of understanding anything but the most grossly literal meaning. Such people will never realize the workings of a symbol because their conceptions are irremediably limited to existence on this earth and to the corporeal world, within which, by the most naive of illusions, they wish to imprison the whole of reality. The effective possession of these states can be obtained through identification with the principles which are described as their respective rulers, and this identification operates in every case through knowledge, on condition that such knowledge is not merely theoretical. Theory should only be looked upon as a preparation, which is, however, indispensable for the corresponding realization. But, as regards each of these principles taken in itself and separately, the results of that identification do not extend beyond its particular domain, so that the obtaining of such states, which are still conditioned states, only constitutes a preliminary stage, a kind of approach, in the sense that we have already explained, and with the restrictions which should be applied to such a manner of speaking, toward the supreme identity, the ultimate goal attainable by the being in its complete and total universalization. Moreover, the realization of this identity, for those who have first of all to pass by the Devayana, may be deferred until the Pralaya, as already stated, the transition from each stage to the next only becoming possible for the being who has obtained the corresponding degree of effective knowledge. Thus, in the present case, which is that of Krama-Mukti, the being may remain in the cosmic order until the Pralaya without having attained effective possession of the transcendent states in which true metaphysical realization properly consists. But thenceforth, and from the very fact that it has passed beyond the sphere of the moon, that is to say, emerged from the current of forms, it will nonetheless have obtained that virtual immortality, which we defined previously. It is for this reason that the spiritual center referred to above is still only the center of a particular state or of a certain degree of existence, that to which the being as a human being belonged and continues to belong in a certain manner, because its total universalization in supra-individual mode is not actually accomplished. And this is also the reason for saying that in such a condition the bonds of individuality are not yet completely sundered. It is at this point precisely that conceptions which may properly be called religious stop short, as these conceptions always refer to extensions of the human individuality. The states to which they give access must necessarily preserve some connection with the manifested world, even when they reach beyond it. They are therefore not the same as those transcendent states to which there is no other means of access except pure metaphysical knowledge. This remark is especially applicable to the mystical states, and as regards the posthumous states, there is precisely the same difference between immortality or salvation, understood in the religious sense, the only sense normally taken into account in the West, and deliverance as there is between mystical realization and metaphysical realization accomplished during earthly life. In the strictest sense, therefore, one can only speak here of virtual immortality, and as its final term, reintegration in passive mode. Actually, this last expression lies outside the religious viewpoint as commonly understood, and yet it is through it alone that the relative sense in which religion uses the word immortality is justified, and that a kind of link or transition can be established between it and the absolute and metaphysical sense in which the same term is understood by Easterners. All this, moreover, does not prevent us from admitting that religious conceptions are capable of a transposition by means of which they receive a higher and deeper meaning, for the reason that this meaning is also present in the sacred scriptures upon which they are based. But by such a transposition, they lose their specifically religious character, because this character is bound up with certain limitations, outside of which one has entered the purely metaphysical order. On the other hand, a traditional doctrine such as the Hindu doctrine, which does not place itself at the point of view of the Western religions, does nonetheless recognize the existence of the states which are more particularly envisaged by those religions. And it must needs be so, seeing that these states effectively constitute possibilities of the being. But such a doctrine cannot attribute to them an importance equal to that assigned to them by those doctrines which go no further, the perspective, if one may so put it, altering with the point of view. For going as it does beyond them, it is able to situate them in their exact place in the total hierarchy. Thus, when it is said that the final goal of the divine journey is the world of Brahma, Brahma Loka, it is not the supreme Brahma which is intended, not immediately at all events, but only its determination as Brahma, who is Brahma qualified, Saguna, and as such, considered as the effect of the productive will, Shakti, of the supreme principle, Karya Brahma. When Brahma is mentioned in this case, he must be regarded in the first place as identical with Hiranyagarbha, principle of subtle manifestation, and thus of the whole domain of human existence in its integrality. And we have in fact previously remarked that the being which has attained virtual immortality finds itself, so to speak, incorporated by assimilation into Hiranyagarbha. And this state, in which it may remain until the end of the cycle, Brahma existing as Hiranyagarbha for that cycle only, is what is most usually meant by the Brahma Loka. However, just as the center of each state of a being contains the possibility of identification with the center of the total being, so the cosmic center where Hiranyagarbha dwells is identified virtually with the center of all the worlds. That is to say that for the being that has passed beyond a certain degree of knowledge, Hiranyagarbha appears as identical with a higher aspect of the non-supreme, which is Ishvara or universal being, first principle of the whole of manifestation. At this stage, the being is no longer in the subtle state, not even in the purely principial sense, but is in the unmanifested. It retains a certain connection, however, with the order of universal manifestation, of which Ishvara is properly the principle. But it is no longer attached by any special links to the human state and to the particular cycle of which that state forms a part. This stage corresponds to the condition of Prājña, and it is the being who does not proceed beyond this condition that is described as united with Brahma, even at the time of the Pralaya, in the manner of deep sleep only. The return thence to another cycle of manifestation is still possible. But since the being is set free from individuality, as distinct from what occurs to one following the Pitriyana, that cycle can only be a formless and supra-individual state. Finally, in the case where deliverance is about to be obtained directly from the human state, still more is implied over and above what has just been described. And in such a case, the true goal is no longer universal being, but the supreme Brahma itself. That is to say, unqualified, nirguna Brahma in its total infinitude, comprising both being, or the possibilities of manifestation, and non-being, or the possibilities of non-manifestation. Principle of the one and of the other, beyond them both, therefore, while also at the same time containing them both, in accordance with the teaching that we have already expounded on the subject of the unconditioned state of Ātmā, which is precisely what is referred to in the present instance. It is in this sense that the abode of Brahma, or of Ātmā in this unconditioned state, is even beyond the spiritual sun, which is Ātmā in its third condition, identical with Ishvara, just as it is beyond all the spheres of the particular states of existence, individual or supra-individual. But this abode cannot be directly attained by those who have only meditated upon Brahma through the medium of a symbol, pratika, each meditation upasana, only having in that case a definite and limited result. The supreme identity is therefore the finality of the liberated being, that is, of the being freed from the conditions of individual human existence, as well as from all other particular and limiting conditions, upadis, which are looked upon as so many bonds. When the man, or rather the being that was previously in the human state, is thus delivered, the self, Ātmā, is fully realized in its own undivided nature and is then, according to Audulomi, an omnipresent consciousness, having Chaitanya as its attribute. The teaching of Jaimini is identical, but he specifies in addition that this consciousness manifests the divine attributes, Aishvarya, as transcendent faculties, from the fact that it is united to the supreme essence. Such is the nature of complete liberation, obtained through the fullness of divine knowledge, as for those whose contemplation, dhyana, has only been partial, although active, metaphysical realization remaining incomplete, or has been purely passive, as in the case of Western mystics. They enjoy certain higher states, but without being able to arrive forthwith at perfect union yoga, which is one and the same thing as deliverance. Chapter 22, Final Deliverance. Deliverance, moksha or mukti, that is to say that final liberation of the being of which we have just spoken, and which is the ultimate goal toward which the being tends, differs absolutely from all states which that being may have passed through in order to reach it, since it is the attainment of the supreme and unconditioned state, whereas all the other states, no matter how exalted, are still conditioned. That is to say, subject to certain limitations which define them, making them to be what they are and characterizing them as determinate states. These remarks apply to the supra-individual states as well as to the individual states, in spite of the differences in their respective conditions, and even the degree of pure being itself, although it is beyond all existence in the strict sense of the word, namely beyond all manifestation, both formless and formal, still implies a determination which, though primordial and principial, is nonetheless already a limitation. It is through being that all things in every mode of universal existence subsist, and being subsists through itself. It determines all the states of which it is the principle, and is only determined by itself. But to determine oneself is nonetheless to be determined and therefore limited in some respect, so that infinity cannot be attributed to being, which must under no circumstances be regarded as the supreme principle. It is here that one may observe the metaphysical incompleteness of the Western doctrines, even of those, it must be admitted, in which some degree of true metaphysics is nevertheless present. Stopping short at being, they remain incomplete even theoretically, without referring to realization, which they leave out of account altogether. And as usually happens in such cases, they exhibit an undesirable tendency to deny that which lies outside their sphere, and which, from the viewpoint of pure metaphysics, is precisely the most important part of all. The acquisition, or, to speak more accurately, the taking possession of higher states, whatever their nature, is thus only a partial, secondary, and contingent result. And although this result may appear immense by comparison with the individual human state, and above all by comparison with the corporeal state, the only one effectively possessed by ordinary people during their earthly existence, it is nonetheless true that, in itself, it amounts strictly to nothing in relation to the supreme state, since the finite, while becoming indefinite through the extensions of which it is capable, that is to say, through the development of its own possibilities, always remains nothing in comparison with the infinite. Ultimately, therefore, a result of this kind is only of value by way of preparation for union. That is to say, it is still only a means and not an end. To mistake it for the end is to continue in illusion, since all the states in question, up to and including being, are themselves illusory in the sense we have attributed to that word from the beginning. Besides, in any state where some form of distinction remains, that is to say, in all the degrees of existence, including those not belonging to the individual order, it is impossible for the universalization of the being to become effective, and even union with universal being, according to the mode in which it is accomplished in the condition of Prājña, or in the posthumous state corresponding to that condition, is not a union in the full sense of the word. Were it so, the return to a cycle of manifestation, even in the formless order, would no longer be possible. It is true that being is beyond all distinction, since the first distinction is that of essence and substance, or of Purusha and Prakriti. Nevertheless, Brahma, as Ishvara or universal being, is described as savishesha, that is to say, as implying distinction, since he is the immediate determining principle of distinction. Only the unconditioned state of Ātmā, which is beyond being, is prapancha upashama, without any trace of the development of manifestation. Being is one, or rather it is metaphysical unity itself, but unity embraces multiplicity within itself, since it produces it by the mere extension of its possibilities. It is for this reason that even in being itself, a multiplicity of aspects may be conceived, which constitute so many attributes or qualifications of it, although these aspects are not effectually distinguished in it, except insofar as we conceive them as such, yet at the same time they must be in some way distinguishable for us to be able so to conceive them. It might be said that every aspect is distinguishable from the others in a certain respect, although none of them is really distinguishable from being, and that all are being itself. We therefore find here a kind of principial distinction, which is not a distinction in the sense in which the word applies in the sphere of manifestation, but which is its analogical transposition. In manifestation, distinction implies separation, but that separation has nothing really positive about it, since it is only a mode of limitation. Pure being, on the contrary, is beyond separateness. That which exists at the level of pure being is therefore non-distinguished, if distinction, vishesha, be taken in the sense applicable within the manifested states. And yet, in another sense, there is still present an element that is distinguished, vishishta. In being, all beings, meaning thereby their personalities, are one without being confused and distinct without being separated. Beyond being, one cannot speak of distinction of any kind, even principial, although at the same time it cannot be said that there is confusion either. One is beyond multiplicity and beyond unity as well. In the absolute transcendence of this supreme state, none of these expressions can any longer be applied, even by analogical transposition, and that is why recourse must be had to a term of negative form, namely to non-duality, Advaita, as we have already explained. Even the word union is undoubtedly imperfect, because it evokes the idea of unity, but we are obliged nevertheless to make use of it for the translation of the term yoga, since the Western languages have no alternative to offer. Deliverance, together with the faculties and powers which it implies, so to speak, by superaddition, because all states with all their possibilities are necessarily comprised in the absolute totalization of the being, but which, we repeat, must only be considered as accessory and even accidental results, and in no wise as constituting a final goal in themselves. Deliverance, we say, can be obtained by the yogi, or rather by him who becomes such in virtue of obtaining it, with the help of the observances indicated in the Yoga Shastra of Patanjali. It can also be favored by the practice of certain rites, as well as of various particular styles of meditation, Hardha Vidya or Dahara Vidya, but it must be understood that all such means are only preparatory and have nothing essential about them, for man can acquire true divine knowledge even without observing the rites prescribed for each of the different human categories in conformity with their respective natures, and especially for the different ashramas or regular stages of life. And indeed, many examples are to be met with in the Veda of persons who have neglected to carry out such rites, the function of which is compared in the Veda to that of a saddle horse, which helps a man to reach his destination more easily and more rapidly, but without which he is able to reach it all the same, or who have been prevented from doing so. And yet, by maintaining their attention perpetually concentrated and fixed on the supreme Brahma, in which consists the one and only really indispensable preparation, have acquired true knowledge concerning it, knowledge which for that reason is likewise called supreme. Deliverance, then, is only effective insofar as it essentially implies perfect knowledge of Brahma, and inversely, that knowledge to be perfect presupposes of necessity the realization of what we have already termed the supreme identity. Thus, deliverance and total and absolute knowledge are truly but one and the same thing. If it be said that knowledge is the means of deliverance, it must be added that in this case means and end are inseparable, for knowledge, unlike action, carries its own fruit within itself. And moreover, within this sphere, a distinction such as that of means and end can amount to no more than a mere figure of speech, unavoidable, no doubt, when one wishes to express these things, insofar as they are expressible in human language. If therefore deliverance is looked upon as a consequence of knowledge, it must be specified that it is a strict and immediate consequence. This is most clearly affirmed by Shankaracharya in the following terms. There is no other means of obtaining complete and final deliverance excepting knowledge. It alone loosens the bonds of passion and of all other contingencies to which the individual being is subjected. Without knowledge, beatitude, ananda, cannot be obtained. Action, karma, whether understood in its general sense or as applied specially to the performance of rites, not being opposed to ignorance, avidya, cannot remove it, but knowledge disperses ignorance as light disperses darkness. As soon as the ignorance born of earthly affections and other analogous bonds is banished, and every illusion with it, the self, Ātmā, by its own splendor, shines afar through every degree of existence in an undivided state, penetrating all and illuminating the totality of the being, as the sun spreads its brightness abroad when the clouds have scattered. A most important point to note is the following. Action, no matter of what sort, cannot under any circumstances liberate from action. In other words, it can only bear fruit within its own domain, which is that of human individuality. Thus, it is not through action that it is possible to transcend individuality, taking individuality here, moreover, in its integral extension. For we do not for a moment pretend that the consequences of action are limited to the corporeal modality only. Our previous remarks on the subject of life, which is in fact inseparable from action, will be found applicable in this instance. Hence it follows immediately that salvation in the religious sense given to the word by Western people, being the fruit of certain actions, cannot be identified with deliverance. And it is all the more urgent to state this explicitly, since Orientalists constantly confuse the two together. Salvation is, properly speaking, the attainment of the Brahma Loka, and we will further specify that by Brahma Loka must here be understood exclusively the abode of Hiranyagarbha, since any more exalted aspect of the non-supreme lies outside individual possibilities. This accords perfectly with the Western conception of immortality, which is simply an indefinite prolongation of individual life transposed into the subtle order and extending to the pralaya. All this, as we have already explained, represents but one stage in the process of krama mukti. Moreover, the possibility of a return into a state of manifestation, supra-individual, however, is not definitely excluded for the being that has not passed beyond this stage. To go further, and to free oneself entirely from the conditions of life and duration which are inherent to individuality, there is no other path but that of knowledge, either non-supreme and leading to Ishvara, or supreme and conferring immediate deliverance. In the latter case, there is no longer even occasion to consider a passage at death through various higher, though still transitory and conditioned states. The self, Ātmā, since there can be no further question of Jivatma, all distinction and all separateness having disappeared, of him who has attained the perfection of divine knowledge, Brahma Vidya, and who has consequently obtained final deliverance, ascends on quitting its bodily form and without passing through any intermediate stages, to the supreme spiritual light which is Brahma, and identifies itself with it in an undivided and conformable manner, just as pure water mingling itself with the clear lake, without however losing itself in it in any way, conforms itself in every respect therewith. Chapter 23. Videha-Mukti and Jīvan-Mukti. Deliverance in the case which has just been discussed is, properly speaking, liberation achieved when out of the bodily form, Videha-Mukti, and obtained in an immediate manner at the moment of death, knowledge being already virtually perfect before the termination of earthly existence. It must be distinguished, therefore, from deferred and gradual liberation, krama mukti, and it must also be distinguished from liberation obtained by the yogi during his actual lifetime, Jīvan-Mukti, by virtue of knowledge no longer only virtual and theoretical but fully effective, that is to say, by genuine realization of the supreme identity. It must be clearly understood that the body cannot constitute an obstacle to deliverance any more than any other type of contingency. Nothing can enter into opposition with absolute totality, in the presence of which all particular things are as if they were not. In relation to the supreme goal, there is perfect equivalence between all the states of existence, so that no distinction any longer holds good between the living and the dead man, taking these expressions in the earthly sense. In this we note a further essential difference between deliverance and salvation. The latter, as the Western religions conceive it, cannot be effectively obtained, nor even be assured, that is to say, obtained virtually, before death. That which is attained through action can also always be lost through action. Moreover, there may be incompatibility between certain modalities of one particular individual state, at least accidentally and under particular conditions, whereas there can no longer be anything of the kind once we are dealing with supra-individual states, and above all with the unconditioned state. To view things otherwise is to attribute to one special mode of manifestation an importance which it could not possess, and which even manifestation in its entirety cannot claim. Only the prodigious inadequacy of Western conceptions in regard to the constitution of the human being could render such an illusion possible, and only this, moreover, could give rise to any astonishment at the fact that deliverance may be accomplished during life on earth, as well as in any other state. Deliverance or union, which is one and the same thing, implies by superaddition, as has already been said, the possession of every state, since it is the perfect realization, sadhana, and totalization of the being. Besides, it matters little whether these states are actually manifested or not, since it is only as permanent and immutable possibilities that they have to be taken into account metaphysically. Lord of many states, by the simple effect of his will, the yogi occupies but one of them, leaving the others empty of life-giving breath, prana, like so many unused instruments. He is able to animate more than one form in the same way that a single lamp is able to feed more than one wick. The yogi, says Aniruddha, is in immediate contact with the primordial principle of the universe, and in consequence secondarily with the whole of space, of time, and of everything included therein, that is to say, with manifestation, and more particularly with the human state in all its modalities. Moreover, it would be a mistake to suppose that liberation acquired when the being is quit of the bodily form, Videha-Mukti, is more complete than liberation during life, Jīvan-Mukti. If certain Westerners have made this mistake, it is always as a result of the excessive importance they attach to the corporeal state, and what has just been said above dispenses us from further remarks on this subject. The yogi has nothing further to obtain subsequently, since he has actually realized transformation, that is to say, a passing beyond form, within himself, if not outwardly. It matters little to him, therefore, that a certain formal appearance persists in the manifested world, since henceforth for him it cannot exist otherwise than in illusory mode. Strictly speaking, it is only for others that the appearances persist thus without external change, and not for him, since they are now incapable of limiting or conditioning him. These appearances affect and concern him no more than does all the rest of universal manifestation. The yogi, having crossed the sea of passions, is united with tranquility and possesses the self, unconditioned Ātmā, with which he is identified in its plenitude. Having renounced those pleasures which are born of perishable external objects and which are themselves but external and accidental modifications of the being, and rejoicing in bliss, Ananda, which is the sole permanent and imperishable object, and which is not different from the self, he is calm and serene like the torch beneath an extinguisher, in the fullness of his own essence, which is no longer distinguished from the supreme Brahma. During his apparent residence in the body, he is not affected by its properties any more than the firmament is affected by that which floats in its bosom, because in reality he contains all states within himself and is not contained by any one of them. Knowing all things and thereby being all things, not distinctively but as absolute totality, he remains immutable, unaffected by contingencies. Thus, there is no spiritual degree superior to that of the yogi, and it is evident that there cannot be. Considered in his concentration within himself, he is also called muni, that is to say, the solitary one, not in the popular and literal sense of the word, but as one who in the fullness of his being realizes the state of perfect solitude, which does not allow any distinction between outer and inner, nor any extra principial diversity whatsoever to subsist in the supreme unity, or as we should say, to be strictly accurate, in non-duality. For him, the illusion of separateness has finally ceased to exist, and with it every confusion engendered by the ignorance, avidya, which produces and sustains that illusion. For, imagining first that he is the individual living soul, Jivatma, man becomes afraid through belief in the existence of some being other than himself, like one who mistakes a piece of rope for a serpent. But his fear is dispelled by the certitude that he is not in reality this living soul, but Ātmā itself in its unconditioned universality. Shankaracharya names 3 attributes that correspond in a way to so many functions of the sannyasin, the possessor of knowledge, who, if that knowledge be fully effective, is none other than the yogi. These 3 attributes are, in ascending order, balya, panditya, and mauna. The first of these words means literally a state comparable to that of a child, bala. It is a stage of non-expansion, if one may so call it, where all the powers of the being are concentrated as it were in one point, realizing by their unification an undifferentiated simplicity, comparable to embryonic potentiality. In a sense which is somewhat different, but which completes the foregoing, since it implies both reabsorption and plenitude, it also means the return to the primordial state, of which all the traditions speak, and which Taoism and Islamic esoterism more especially stress. This return is in fact a necessary stage on the path leading to union, since it is only from this primordial state that it is possible to escape the limits of human individuality in order to rise to the higher states. A further stage is called panditya, that is to say, learning, an attribute indicating the teaching function. The possessor of knowledge is qualified to communicate it to others, or more accurately speaking, to awaken corresponding possibilities within them, since knowledge in itself is strictly personal and incommunicable. The Pandita therefore partakes more especially of the character of guru or spiritual master. But he may be in possession of the perfection of theoretical knowledge only, and for this reason it is necessary to take into account, as a still further and final stage, mauna, or the state of the muni, as being the only condition in which union can genuinely be realized. There is yet another expression, kaivalya, which also means isolation, and which at the same time expresses the ideas of perfection and totality. This term is often employed as an equivalent of moksha. Kevala denotes the absolute and unconditioned state, which is that of the delivered being, mukta. We have described the three attributes mentioned above as representing so many stages preparatory to union. But obviously the yogi who has reached the supreme goal possesses each one of them a fortiori, since he possesses all states in the fullness of his essence. These three attributes are implied, moreover, in what is called Aishvarya, namely participation in the essence of Ishvara, for they correspond respectively to the three Shaktis of the Trimurti. If it be understood that the fundamental characteristic of the primordial state is harmony, it will immediately be apparent that Balya corresponds to Lakshmi, while Panditya corresponds to Sarasvati and Mauna to Parvati. This point is of special importance for understanding the nature of the powers that pertain to the Jīvan-Mukta, as secondary consequences of perfect metaphysical realization. Furthermore, the exact equivalent of the theory we have just mentioned is also to be found in the Far Eastern tradition. This is the theory of the four happinesses, the first two being longevity, which, as has already been remarked, is simply perpetuity of individual existence, and posterity, which consists in the indefinite prolongations of the individual through all his modalities. These two happinesses, therefore, only concern the extension of the individuality, and they are included in the restoration of the primordial state, which implies their complete attainment. The remaining two, which refer on the contrary to the higher and extra individual states of the being, are the great wisdom and the perfect solitude, that is to say, Panditya and Mauna. Finally, these four happinesses attain their fullness in a fifth, which contains them all principially and unites them synthetically in their single and indivisible essence. No name is ascribed to this fifth happiness, any more than to the fourth state of the Mandukya Upanishad, since it is inexpressible and cannot be the object of any distinctive knowledge. It is, however, easy to see that we are concerned here with nothing less than union itself, or the supreme identity, obtained in and through complete and total realization of what other traditions call universal man. For the yogi, in the true sense of the word, like the transcendent man, Chenjen, of Taoism, is also identical with universal man. Chapter 24. The spiritual state of the yogi, the supreme identity. To give as exact an idea as possible of the actual state of the yogi who, through knowledge, is delivered in this life, Jīvan-Mukta, and has realized the supreme identity, we will once again quote Shankaracharya. His remarks on the subject, describing the highest possibilities to which the being can attain, may serve at the same time as a conclusion to the present study. The yogi, whose intellect is perfect, contemplates all things as abiding in himself, in his own self, without any distinction of outer and inner, and thus, by the eye of knowledge, jnana chakshus, a term which can be rendered fairly exactly by intellectual intuition, he perceives or rather conceives not rationally and discursively, but by a direct awareness and immediate sensing that everything is Ātmā. He knows that all contingent things, the forms and other modalities of manifestation, are not different from Ātmā in their principle, and that apart from Ātmā there is nothing, things differing simply, in the words of the Veda, in attribution, in accident, and in name, just as earthen vessels receive different names, although they are but different forms of earth. And thus he perceives or conceives, in the same sense as above, that he himself is all things, since there can no longer be anything which is other than himself or than his own self. When the accidents, formal and otherwise, including subtle manifestation as well as gross manifestation, are suppressed, these accidents only existing in illusory mode, in such a way that they are really nothing in relation to the principle, the muni, taken here as a synonym of the yogi, enters with all beings, inasmuch as they are no longer distinct from himself, into the all-pervading essence which is Ātmā. He is without distinct qualities and actionless, imperishable akshara, not subject to dissolution, which exercises dominion only over the manifold without volition, applied to a definite act or to determined circumstances, abounding in bliss, immutable without form, eternally free and pure, unable to be constrained, reached, or affected in any way whatsoever by anything other than himself, since this other is non-existent, or at least experiences but an illusory existence, while he himself dwells in absolute reality. He is like ether, akasha, which is diffused everywhere without differentiation, and which pervades the exterior and interior of things simultaneously. He is incorruptible, imperishable. He is the same in all things, no modification affecting his identity, pure, impassible, invariable in his essential immutability. He is in the very words of the Veda the supreme Brahma, which is eternal, pure, free, single in its absolute perfection, continually abounding in bliss, without duality, unconditioned principle of all existence, knowing without that knowledge implying any distinction of subject and object, which would be contrary to its non-duality, and without end. He is Brahma, after the possession of which there remains nothing to possess, after the enjoyment of whose bliss there remains no felicity to be desired, and after the attainment of the knowledge of which there remains no knowledge to be obtained. He is Brahma, which once beheld by the eye of knowledge, no object is contemplated, being identified with which no modification such as birth or death is experienced, which being perceived but not, however, as an object perceptible by any kind of faculty, there is nothing further to perceive, since all distinctive knowledge is thenceforth transcended and as it were annihilated. He is Brahma, which is disseminated everywhere and throughout all things, since there is nothing outside it and everything is necessarily contained in its infinity, in intermediate space, in that which is above and in that which is below, that is to say, in the totality of the three worlds, the real, abounding in bliss, without duality, indivisible and eternal. He is Brahma, pronounced in the Vedanta to be absolutely distinct from that which it pervades, and which, on the contrary, is not distinct from it, or at least only distinguishes itself from it in illusory mode, continually abounding in bliss and without duality. He is Brahma, by which, according to the Veda, are produced life, jiva, the inward sense, manas, the faculties of sensation and action, jnanendriyas and karmendriyas, and the elements, tanmatras and bhutas, which compose the manifested world in the subtle as well in the gross order. He is Brahma, in which all things are united beyond every distinction, even principial, upon which all actions depend, and which is itself actionless. That is why it is disseminated throughout all things without division, dispersion, or differentiation of any sort. He is Brahma, which is without size or dimension, unconditioned, without extension, being indivisible and without parts, without origin, being eternal, incorruptible, without shape, without determined qualities, without assignment or attribute of any kind. He is Brahma, by which all things are illuminated, participating in its essence according to the degree of their reality, the light of which causes the sun and all luminous bodies to shine, but which is not itself made manifest by their light. He himself pervades his own eternal essence, which is not different from the supreme Brahma, and simultaneously he contemplates the whole world, manifested and unmanifested, as being also Brahma, just as fire intimately pervades a white-hot iron ball, and at the same time also reveals itself outwardly by manifesting itself to the senses through its heat and luminosity. Brahma resembles not the world, and apart from Brahma there is naught, for if there were anything apart from it, it could not be infinite. Everything that appears to exist apart from it cannot exist in this manner save in illusory mode, like the apparition of water, mirage, in the desert, Maru. Of all that is seen, of all that is heard, and of all that is perceived or conceived by any faculty whatsoever, naught veritably exists apart from Brahma. And by knowledge principial and supreme, Brahma is contemplated as alone, real, abounding in bliss, without duality. The eye of knowledge contemplates Brahma as it is in itself, abounding in bliss, pervading all things, but the eye of ignorance discovers it not, discerns it not, even as a blind man perceives not the sensible light. The self being illumined by meditation, when a theoretical and therefore still indirect knowledge makes it appear as if it were receiving the light from a source other than itself, which is still an illusory distinction, and then burning with the fire of knowledge, realizing its essential identity with the supreme light, is delivered from all accidents or contingent modifications, and shines in its own splendor, like gold which is purified in the fire. When the sun of spiritual knowledge rises in the heavens of the heart, that is, at the center of the being called Brahmapura, it dispels the darkness of ignorance, veiling the single absolute reality. It pervades all, envelops all, and illumines all. He who has made the pilgrimage of his own self, a pilgrimage not concerned with situation, place, or time, or any particular circumstance or condition, which is everywhere and always in the immutability of the eternal present, in which neither heat nor cold are experienced, no more than any other sensible or even mental impression, which procures a lasting felicity and a final deliverance from all disturbance or all modification. Such a one is actionless. He knoweth all things in Brahma, and he attaineth eternal bliss.